and something that was not signs you need to detox. This is an important one, people. And a lot of the things that are happening with our bodies in the modern society is just considered as normal. But these things that I'm going to go over are not normal. They are signs you need to detox. So the first sign we have is a runny nose. Runny nose means there is too much mucus in the body. The mucus is forming from the acidic food that we are placing into our body. So every time we consume something that is unnatural and something that was not produced by the earth, the body does not know what the food is. Therefore, the body has to attack it. So if the body did not have mucus, it creates the mucus to attack it so that it can help the body in detox from the chemicals and the things in these foods. So essentially, mucus is not bad. It's the body's defense mechanism. However, too much mucus will create blockages within the body, and especially in the sinuses in our head. And this is what we get runny noses from. It's too much mucus in our sinuses. Our sinuses are blocked, and this can lead to breathing problems and all sorts of things. Like you don't want too much mucus in your body. So runny nose is a sign that you have too much mucus in your body and you need to detox. The next sign is a yellow tongue. This is a sign of unnatural foods. This is waste. This is toxic chemicals on the tongue left over. When you place something natural into your tongue, it will not leave it will leave very minimal residue and it will not stain your tongue because it is natural. It's produced by the earth. When you place something natural into your body that was grown by the earth and produced by the earth, it becomes one with the body. It assimilates with the body. The body recognizes it and it can digest it properly without fighting it. So by placing, all these food colorings, chemicals, seed oils, essentially this is what all of this residue is. It's leftover waste. And if your tongue is looking like this, imagine what your colon and your gut looks like if your tongue is showing this. Yes, you need to detox if you have this on your tongue. This is a healthy tongue. No issues, no residue left over. Yes, don't get me wrong, you can clean these with the scrapers, but you're just placing a plaster on top of the main problem. You're placing a plaster just by scraping all this grime off. You shouldn't have it in the first place, so therefore you need to detox and go on a cleanse. The next sign is body odor. So what they have done is gave you all of this toxic chemicals, food and seed oils, and because they knew that your body would stink after consuming these foods, they go and or basically mimic another cell. It has the ability to mimic any cell it wants and become that cell. So basically, these stem cells will go out to the body and produce cells that are needed to heal the body. So when you fast and your body is no longer spending a lot of energy because a lot of your energy is used digesting food. So once that energy is now no longer being used, your body is now redirecting this energy to produce and healing things for the body, like stem cells. So this is why fasting is so important. 1 day of fast of 1 day water fast is what I don't recommend, but this is what I do. I'm not a I'm not a health advisor. But if I was a beginner, I would do a 1 day water fast or herbal teas and juicing fast. So during this fast, you will not consume anything for 24 hours. You do this once a week or once every 2 weeks, and stick to this for a couple of weeks until you become used to fasting. Okay. While you are fasting, you still need to stick to your fruit only diet because this will heal the body quickly. While you're healing, you want your body, your digestive system, not to be using much energy. So when let's say you've done the cleansing phase, but then you went straight back on heavy food like meat, bread, and stuff like that, pasta, this will slow down your healing because it's very heavy food. It takes longer for it to digest, it takes more energy. You need to give the digestive system a break. Do not worry about your weight. Just let your body detox. You might lose, a fair bit of weight. However, this is necessary. Your body is getting rid of the toxic mucus and the toxic waste. Once you are done losing the weight and you have fasted and you have healed, you can then start to put on good weight with good, healthy food. The weight that you currently have now, if you're watching this, is more than likely uh, toxic waste and toxic weight on your body. So one day every week or 2 weeks is very good. And what I personally do is drink herbal teas during these fasts. Like I said, with the herbs I recommended. I also take cayenne pepper. I'll have a juicing. So when I freshly squeezed juices like watermelon juice, uh, seeded grape juice, or seeded apple juice, I will add a bit of just a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for activating and the digestive system, like pushing stuff out of the digestive system. It helps blood flow, and it's amazing. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for the body. So I add that into my juices. It doesn't really count as adding to a fast because it'll go straight. No, sorry, not adding to a fast. It doesn't really count stopping the fast because it's just a powder. So drink juices, herbal teas. You can either drink sea moss as well. Just make sure it's like a liquid. You only want liquids in the body. You do not want to activate that digestive system. And yeah, this is a very powerful way of fasting, a very powerful way of regenerating the body quickly. So once you get used to fasting, you want to do 2 days every week until you start to heal. Okay. 2 days is when the stem cells, and when you become even, more used to fasting, you've had some experience, you know what you're doing, you know how your body reacts, you can then start to do longer fasts and maybe even doing no water and no food fast. That's a very powerful fast. However, your body has to be healthy in order to do that. So only do that when you are doing it properly, when you know what you are doing. So essentially, you want to start fasting and the fruit only diet until you are healing. And this is the best way to do it. Breaking a fast. When you break a fast, you want to make sure, you're sticking to the fruits. Like I said, the best way to break a fast is like drinking sea moss gel and then going for either something very light on the digestive system like watermelon, grapes, blueberries, or even a smoothie. A smoothie is very good for breaking a fast. Easily, gets down into the digested and gets digested very quickly. So, like I said, continue with the fruit only diet, continue with the sea moss, continue with the herbal teas, and continue fasting 1 or 2 days a week. And I did this and I healed my body pretty quickly. I'm not giving advice, but this is what I would do. And that's how I overcame a few health issues with my body. So essentially, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me and I can give you some more information. But this is pretty much it on fasting and healing your body. The cleansing stage and then the fasting stage and fruit only diet. That is the key, it's just giving the digestive system a break. That is how you heal the body. Healing is, it's not an overnight process. It can take months. It can take even a year. But once you stay consistent And once you stay on top of your discipline and consistency, you will see results. You have to see results. It's cause and effect. Try your best to get organic and make sure all of your fruit is always seeded. Wash your fruit with key lime water and key lime, or even lemons. Don't consume lemons if you can. Don't consume lemons. They are GMO, but they're good if you want to wash your fruit. Wash them with lemons. They're quite easier to get your hands on than or get a lower astral soul into the woman. Okay, so this is why you need to make sure that you are doing it properly. And when you have a child, you want to make sure that you perform the ritual properly in a high vibrational state. Because remember, everything you do is in the astral, as above, so below. So to ensure this process attracts the right high vibrational soul, you need to create the environment. So first, you need to purify the space by banishing negative energy through the use of burning herbs such as sage, rosemary, or bay leaves. Ancients used to do this. We still do this today. Burning these, because remember, everything has an astral body. Everything you see has an astral form. So when you use, the ancients knew the qualities and the different meanings of different leaves. So they'd use these leaves to burn, to clear and banish negative energy in the astral around them. So you use them, you burn the area, and you cleanse the area. And then before engaging in the sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on raising their energy and the frequency of the surroundings and themselves. This is achieved by chanting high vibrational words of light, setting positivity, loving intention. Both partners need to align their intent with love, light, and high vibrational emotions. During the sexual act, maintain deep sense of love and passion to enhance the ritual's effectiveness. By focusing on high vibrational energies, the couples can invoke higher astral entities and create a favorable environment for the conception of a soul that resonates with these frequencies. By carefully preparing the space and aligning their intentions, the couple can potentially influence the type of soul that enters the physical plane, the world. You must do this. You must be very, very careful. I mean, you're going to love your child either way. Don't get me wrong, but this is, if you're going to have a child, do this. I'm not going to say you're incarnating a demon into your world, but if you don't do this, but I'm just trying to raise awareness. I'm just trying to give you this stuff and aware you on these topics. Or you could even do a manifestation ritual with sex. Sex is very, very powerful. The energy is very high. The frequency is very high of sex. So obviously, begin by purifying the area again. Before engaging in sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on elevating the energy and frequency of the surroundings. And then, once you do this, you both need to set the intent of what you want to manifest. As sexual energy is very, very potent, and it provides strong foundation for manifesting intentions. And during sex, the woman's subconscious is wide open. Okay. Because because she represents the subconscious mind. It's the feminine aspect of the mind, and he represents the conscious mind. And during sex, the woman is submissing to the man, so her subconscious is wide open. So when you think and feel during this sexual intercourse, you are rapidly reprogramming the subconscious mind by vividly imagining and emotionally experiencing the desired reality that you want during the sex. And this is how you can rapidly reprogram your subconscious, and this will bring something into existence. It can have very powerful effects. See, magic is all about influencing the astral, or influencing the subconscious, or influencing magnetism. Magic is magnetism. So that's essentially what you could do. So you could take a screenshot of this and do that. So the woman in the womb is the woman takes the energies of the 12 celestial constellations and takes this energy, harvests this energy, and manifests the baby inside of the womb. The womb is a magnetic womb. She represents magnetism. The woman represents magnetism, the subconscious, and the moon, and emotion and water, all the feminine aspects of creation. So, what are you made out of? You're made in water. Water is very powerful as well. They don't tell you about what water truly is. Water is very, very powerful. Water is conscious. Water is intelligence. All of the elements are intelligent. All of the elements are etheric. They're ethereal beings. They're ethereal spirits. And so essentially, you're being created from the 12 constellations and the 7 planets. That's why your body is ruled by the 12 constellations, because your body is created by the 12 constellations. And you are created out of 12 cell salts for the 12 constellations. And you are, in fact, mineral deficient in at least 3 of these cell salts or constellations, because you are in the womb for 9 moons. You're in the womb for 9 moons. The moon is the womb. Okay? The moon represents the womb. Your soul comes through the astral, through the moon, and into the woman. That's the portal. The moon is the portal. The moon is heavily connected with the astral plane. So that's why they say there's souls in the moon and it collects souls, because it technically does. It's connected to the astral. So what's happening when you are born? You're born in 9 moons, okay, because the woman's directly connected with the cycle of the moon. That's why she has a menstrual cycle every moon. Every 28 days, the 28 days of the cycle of the moon, she will have an egg, because fertility is directly connected with the moon and the cycles of the moon. So you're in for 9 moons, and you are mineral deficient in at least 3 of these constellations. So you definitely need to find out what constellations you don't have in your chart, and you need to make sure that you're getting them cell salts into your body, or else this can manifest into something. Incarnated for a reason. Therefore, you should balance your inner world with your outer world. But all of your outer world should come from a place of love. This is why you must rewrite the programs here. You must create love-based programs. You must create a base. This base down here of this iceberg is creating the surface. And if all of these programs down here are all negative and come from a place of abandonment and a place of fear, then this surface will be negative. Your external reality will be negative. And what you will do, you'll cause destruction in your life and other people's lives. So you must build a foundation. You must reset the programs in your subconscious, coming from a place of love, from a place of peace. We should all strive for mental clarity and a good mind, and keeping a good mind. A negative mind creates a negative external reality. Where you are in life is a direct correlation of every thought you have thought up until this very point. Every thought you have thought in the past has led you to watching this video right now. Therefore, you must keep the mind clean of positive thoughts only. The goal should be mastering every single thought that enters the cranium of your brain. You must master everything. You must master this. If you do not master positive thinking, then you will never master your external reality. You'll never have full control over your life. Because if you let external forces control your internal state, then you'll forever be governed. You'll be forever creating someone else's reality and not your own reality. We must take control of our own minds. And how do we do that? Cutting out all of the negative content, all of the things that you take inwards. Your 5 senses are taking information, which then goes into the mind, the conscious, and then into the subconscious, which then molds your reality. So therefore, if you want to create a certain reality, you must fill your mind with this reality. You must fill it. Fill it with, if you want financial freedom, fill your mind with financial freedom and ideas, and it will become a reality. You see, your brain is producing this reality. What you're experiencing right now is the brain's simulation. It's a simulation of the body. The body is a piece of electrical computer decoding and creating this reality that you see in the screen of your mind. Therefore, what does that tell you? Your mind is altering this reality. What you think has a projection and has an effect on this reality because the mind is within the brain. The brain produces the reality, and the reality is a direct correlation of every thought in your mind. Every person you have in your mind, every person you have in your life is a reflection of your own mind. Whether you know that or not, whether it's subconscious or conscious, there is a reason, there is an aspect of your mind that has this person in your life. So we must go deep, deep, deep within ourselves and figure out what is the true cause of having certain things in your life. Are they for good reasons? Are they subconscious? Identify whether you truly love this person in your life, or is it coming from a place of fear, anxiety, loneliness? Are you keeping them there just because you're scared of fear? Scared of loneliness, sorry? Or is it, do you truly love this person? You must identify this. We all have an anima. It's basically an anima is an animation of all, and this animate, for example, you're trying to meet a girlfriend, for example, and every girl you meet, okay, there is an animation in your mind that has been built from all of your past experiences from every female you've ever encountered. Therefore, you have this perfect version of a female in your mind that you want to meet, and you are trying to see this in that person. Okay, this is a very, very good teaching of psychology. There is an anima which you must come to one with, and you must understand that you will never actually truly find this anima, this animation, this perfect person. You'll never find it. Okay, and if you've had bad experiences of women in your life, your mother, your sister, your ex-girlfriend, or your friends, this has then built up a bad animation, and you will see this in every single person that you meet. You will see this in every single female that you meet. So now that I've addressed that, you can now identify, wow, is this person just as this, or is it just me looking for my anima in this person? You will see in people what you see in your mind. If you are a negative person, you will only focus on the negative aspects of someone else. If you are hating on me, I understand that is coming from a negative aspect of yourself that you hate about yourself. If you call someone else ugly, there is an aspect of your mind that tells you that you are ugly, that you hate about yourself. So this world that you are in is a direct correlation of the mind. We are living in the mind of God. And you must mold yourself to this higher version. There are infinite versions of yourself in this universe, in this mental universe. And there is a version of yourself that has everything that you've ever wanted. And there is a version of yourself that is pure good, pure love, pure peace. And this is what we all need to strive for, make the world a better place. When we all realize that the world is a reflection of our mental states and our mental landscapes are projecting our external reality, we will all figure out and that we can all change the world. And when we all figure out this, we can all mold ourselves to the highest versions of ourselves, of love, peace, enlightenment, and wisdom. The whole world will become a better place. But because we have a government, which means govern your mind, govern your ment, they are placing their own information in your mind, which is creating their reality. You are manifesting the New World Order. We are manifesting and peace. And that is when the world becomes heaven. Heaven on earth. That is heaven on earth. When we all figure out the divine power within us and we no longer use it for negative. Only you can't fix the hole you have inside of you. If you feel like you have something lost within inside of you, nothing external will ever fix that. The only thing will fix that is reaching that higher self and reaching the God within you and finding the peace within yourself. I hope this video had a very positive impact on you and you gained some insights. Watch this over and over again if you truly want to gain the true message. But just remember, analyze your life, analyze whether do I truly love this person? What are your true subconscious desires behind everything in your life? Is it coming from a place of fear, grief? Is it coming from a place of negativity, or is it coming from a place of love? And if it's coming from a place of negativity, that you have inner healing to do, and you must heal yourself and reprogram the subconscious mind. Have an amazing day, people. Hello, people. Today we're going to be talking about the secrets of the human heart. Everything they told you about the heart is a complete lie. There are secrets behind it, and you're going to find out why. And it's very important that you understand that the heart is not a pump. It's not a pump. They lied about this. The lungs is a pump. The lungs is what pumps the blood around the body. It's the oxygen. Oxygen is reacting on the blood. Now, what do you use to use a pump? You use air to pump things up. That's what your lungs are. They use air, oxygen. Now, oxygen carries magnetism. If you pour liquid oxygen between two magnetic magnets, you find an attraction, as you can see here. So this attraction proves that there is magnetic principles within oxygen, liquid oxygen. So when we breathe, we are essentially breathing in magnetism. Magnetism is the force driving this world. So your heart is a chestahedron. It's a seven-sided shape in geometry, and each side is pretty much equal. It's a chestahedron. Look at the word chestahedron, chest, where your heart is. And it looks very, very similar. So this is the sacred geometry of the heart. And when a chestahedron is placed in an angle, when it's placed in a box, a cube, it sits at an angle of 36 degrees off center. This is the same angle which the heart sits within the chest. That's why it's called a chestahedron, because that's what the heart is. It's a chestahedron. And when you place a chestahedron into water, it causes a spiral. It causes a vortex motion, because your heart is essentially a vortex generator. So the heart is not a pump, it is a valve. This is where blood goes into. And when the blood goes into the heart, this is what causes it to vortex, because the heart is in a shape of a vortex. Look at the tissues, everything's wrapped around, everything's spiraled. See this here? This is the spiral of magnetism. So all of the valves and the cords and the fibers are all wrapped around each other. It's a vortex. And if you take off the tissue of the heart, you would see this. Kind of looks like the Holy Grail. And this is essentially the vortex spiraling of the heart tissues. And if you unraveled the heart, because your heart is one tissue, it's one muscle. Look at it here. This is a heart unfolded. And it's just spiraled together to create this. That's what the heart is. So the heart's tissues is spiraled here, and the heart itself is all wrapped around each other in a vortex, in a spiral. Because all spiraling is all to do with magnetism. So the heart is a vortex generator. The heart takes blood, so blood enters the heart. The heart charges this blood. It reacts with the heart. The blood is turned into the heart moves through the blood moves through a vortex motion within the heart and then goes back out of the heart. So there is something going on inside of the heart which is very, very crucial that we might be missing. So the heart is spiraling blood, and there's a reason why it's doing this. When you spiral something, it gives it more energy. It gives it more frequency, more energy, more force behind it. So by spiraling the blood, it's turning blood into plasma. That's what the heart is doing. It reacts with the heart, it turns it into a vortex and turns the blood into the fourth state of liquid or fourth state of matter, which is plasma. Okay? Plasma is proved to be in the blood. Plasma is a part of the blood that carries platelets and red blood cells and white blood cells around the body. Plasma makes up approximately 55% of the blood. So plasma is a state of matter, which they'll never tell you about because they try and hide plasma as much as possible. It's ionized gas. And that's what's going on in the heart. The heart is a vortex energy generator for the blood. And the blood and the body is being fed by plasma. Plasma energy, the fourth state of matter. And if you go and read the Emerald Tablets will tell you this exact same thing. Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They're supposedly thousands of years old, or it was supposedly written by Etherial, who was an occultist. Apparently, he translated them. Either way, he was an occultist. So it's either written by an occultist or it's actually 100,000 years old. You are the invisible architecture, the invisible artist behind your life. The I, that's God. The only one. So when we use the word I am, this is how to bring the power to yourself. When we say I am strong, I am wealthy, I am free, I am financially free. When we say this, that I am, this is when we are bringing, we are directing vibrational frequency into our own being, into our own magnetic field, and into our own life. This is how we direct vibrational frequency and direct our word. So when we say I am directing my frequency into myself to manifest something external. Also known as the chi or the prana. It's just basically your magnetic energy. So speaking has the ability to change your genes and DNA expressions. When we listen to affirmations over and over and say them over and over for a long period of time, your genes will change. And your genes are a code for your external world, pretty much. Anything that is written in your genes will manifest into your external world. Okay? All of this is just done by your intentions, thoughts, and what you say. And if you think this is a conspiracy theory was a term invented by the CIA to discredit, confuse, ridicule, and disqualify any alternative information that contradicted the mainstream narrative. That's what a conspiracy theory was. It was created by the CIA for any belief that went against their mainstream narrative. Hollywood, the biggest spellcasting scheme cult in the world. Hollywood. I'm going to make a whole lecture on this. Hollywood is Holywood, which comes from a holly tree, which the ancient Phoenicians and magicians used to take the Hollywood, the holy wood. It was called Holywood because it was the best wood to make wands out of and cast spells. That's why they get their name. And what is the films? All the films, all the music that comes out of Hollywood, it's all a form of magic, subconscious spells to fill your mind with ideology, fill your mind with this narrative. That's what they're doing through the movies and the music. Anyways, I hope you like this lecture. Thank you all for joining the Real University. I hope you're all learning a lot here. And looking forward to making some more awareness for you and more knowledge. Have an amazing day, people. Mentalism,
conscious and subconscious mind. You need to understand that the mind is the root and the cause of all reality. I am mind, you are mind. Every single living creature in this physical plane expresses and manifests mind. We are all the invisible substance of mind. We are all the source, which is God. We are all consciousness, which is mind. Before we manifest something physically, we manifest it within the realm of thought, which is the mind. Thought then manifests into astral imagination. This then gives energy within the etheric plane. Then we manifest it physically within the material effect world. Everything begins in the mind, and this is why the government are called government. The word men comes from the Latin word mans, which is an English translation for mind. We see this word in entertainment, government, mentality. It means mind. Govern means control. They are controlling the mind through information. Information creates perception within our minds, and so do the words that we use and the language that we speak. It all creates perception within the mind. It is our perception that creates reality, and our reality is a level of realization. Your reality is realization. Everything begins in the mind. This is why they are controlling your mind through many different things. Okay? So essentially, they understand how the mind works. So this is why they manifest all things through mentally and not physically. Okay? You have a conscious and a subconscious mind. The conscious mind is what you are consciously aware of. It is the 10% of your mind. It is the mind that keeps you alert. A part of your conscious mind is for survival. A part of it is your visual field. A part of it is your just five senses. It is basically what you are consciously aware of right now. Your subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. The subconscious mind is what holds all of your memories, your programs, and all things that you have ever experienced is all stored within the subconscious mind. It is this part of you where you draw memories from, where you draw your words from. I am consciously speaking, but the words that are coming out of my mouth are not thought about consciously. They are coming straight from the subconscious mind, where all programs and memories are stored. It is essentially this part of the mind which is manifesting our daily basis behavior, because the subconscious mind stores the programs which we are operating our life off. For example, if you tie your laces, you do no longer have to consciously do them. Your hands literally just know exactly what to do because you've done it that many times. So essentially, you create these programs within your subconscious mind through repetition and emotion. These are the two main ways your subconscious mind is programmed and installs things that you do.
For watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body. You are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for you, is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are to grow, for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God. It's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil. for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon.
Your tap, you have a red and blue tap. You have a red pill and a blue pill on the matrix. This represents the polarity. Now we have Libra. This is when the sun is balanced between the summer and the winter. It's the midpoint. It is the equinox, the equaling of the sun. This is why he has his arms balanced outwards for the scales of Libra. He represents the balancing of the sun. Libra also represents the kidneys and the bladder, which help balance out the blood of the body, of toxins. This is all astrology. This is the exact order of the signs. Pisces rules the feet, and this is why he's on the bottom of the body. Jesus represents the middle of the body, which is the heart. Aries represents the brain, the top of the body. This is all astrology.
The third eye, or the all-seeing eye. This is an important video because there's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to the third eye. People tend to think that the third eye is the pineal gland. The pineal gland is not the third eye. It is the radio receiver for our eye. It's not the third eye, it's the first. It's the eye where everything begins. So the pineal gland acts as a radio antenna or a radio receiver because the pineal gland has crystals on it. And crystals are used in your phone, they're used in radios because they pick up and transmit frequency. So the pineal gland is the radio receiver for the higher consciousness, for the thoughts, for the commands that come from within. Before you move your body, it begins mentally in the eye. Before you say something, before you kick a football, it all begins in the eye. What happens above happens below. What you think, you manifest into the body. Whatever you think, your body reacts. You see, this eye is the universal cosmic intelligence, the higher consciousness, which is controlling the physical body. Like I said, you have the Buddhic, mental, astral, etheric plane. This is a page from the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. You have the Buddhic plane, the nothingness. Then you have the mental plane, infinite potential. This is the I, the singular consciousness. This is the infinite potential within you. The I is where the thoughts are. This is the mental plane. And it is this I which experiencing everything. It's the I behind the body. It's the I behind the thoughts. Yes, the mental plane is the plane of thoughts, but you are the I experiencing the thoughts. You are the I behind the thoughts, behind the emotion, behind the words. Deep, deep down within your being, there is the all-seeing I, which the body obeys. Everything that I says, the body does. This is the I in between the two pillars, or in between the sun and the moon in the Masonic artwork. Sun, masculine, left brain. Moon, feminine, right brain. The all-seeing eye in the middle, consciousness. The I, the order, the intelligence, the infinite potential within you, the creative force within you that can create the good and the bad, the left and the right. So you are either creating negative or good. You're even doing good, which is God, or evil, or the devil, which is do evil. You have this creative ability within you, which is God, the consciousness, and you have the choice to do the devil or the God. So the third eye is the human mind. It's the mind. It's the infinite awareness, infinite potential within you. And when you see it in the triangle, it represents the ethereal plane. This is the ethereal, the triangle. This is the eternal. This is the material. Because the physical plane is the box, it's the square. That's why we say think outside of the box. Because you got to think outside of the box to awaken your divinity. You see, humans have been given the tools to awaken to their true divinity. No other animal on this planet, or whatever you think it is, on the earth, has the ability to have self-awareness. Humans have been given the tools to understand the very, very complex things and understand who we are, what we are, and what the universe truly is on a higher level, not just physical. We have the ability to access planes beyond the physical world, which is unlike any other animal. This is why the humans are gods. So, so when you see the pyramid with the capstone on top, it's cut off, it's separate from the rest of the pyramid. This is the consciousness that is looking through the ether into the material plane. It's like I discussed down here with these planes. This is the eye, the mental plane. Your consciousness, your eye is looking through the ether. It materialized through the ether into the physical plane, and you are now the eye looking into the material realm. And when you come here, you lose that divinity, but you have to awaken. So you don't lose the divinity, you forget your divinity while you are incarnated in physical. So when you see the triangle with the eye in it, this represents the eye looking through the ether. It's materialized, but it also represents when you see it's illuminated like this and it's separate, because this is separate from the physical plane. The consciousness within you, the thoughts within you, that intelligence within you, that voice is separate from this physical world. And everything above manifests below. Everything what happens in this realm of consciousness, of thought, manifests into the physical plane. It's separate. So you see the illumination. This represents the awakened self, because the mind is the third eye. So when you have a closed third eye, this just means that your mind has not experienced things other than physical. When you expand your mind, expand your consciousness from having an out-of-body expansion, very powerful. This is where all your energy's in. This is the astral liquid of your body. So this is where all think about it. That liquid can produce a whole other human being. That liquid has all of the minerals, all of the energy to create a human being. It has the ability to open a portal inside of a woman. So when you keep this inside of you, you're not only keeping the energy of it, you're keeping the minerals, and the minerals can be recycled in the body. So it's very, very powerful. However, if you have a very negative mind, uh, it can be used for bad, because that energy will be redirected into something else. What was that? How can I heal from weed damage? Just heal yourself. Fruits, vegetables. Just go on the fruit only diet. Take sea moss. Take cayenne pepper. What else? Burdock roots. Things very high in iron. Just stick to a natural diet, and you'll heal from anything. But if you were smoking weed a lot and smoking in general, mullein leaf is very good for the lungs. Grapes, seeded grapes are very good for the lungs. Now look at the fruit that you're eating. Grapes are in the form of lungs. Mushrooms are in the form of ears. Walnuts are in the form of the brain. These things are communicating with you. Your body is the universe. Everything's communicating with everything. Your body's communicating with the planets. Your body's communicating with everything. Your mind's communicating with the world and energy. You're literally a walking crystal. what do you think about ginger and lemon shots? Instead of ginger, use wait, what was that? Sorry. Instead of lemon, use key limes. So use the small key limes instead of lemons because they are the real lemons. But yeah, very good for the gut. Ginger's very good for the gut. If you look at ginger, it looks like the gut. So is honey healthy? I stay away from honey. Should you not eat anything acidic? No, realistically not. I mean, might treat yourself now and then, but mainly stick to your raw fruit, veg diet, and you'll live a long and happy life. Let's go up. Let's see what we got up here. Can I meditate looking at the moon? You can moon gaze, but the moon is inside of you. Everything you see outside of you is inside of you. That energy of the moon is already inside of you. So it's a full moon, it's already happening inside of you. This is why do witches do rituals on full moons because the psyche is more advanced, more powerful on a full moon. It's why if you ask a policeman, you ask a firefighter, you ask an ambulance driver, normally around a full moon, there's more calls, there's more emergencies because the moon enhances our psyche. But not the moon, but the moon is within us. The seasons happen within you. The 4 seasons of the sun are the 4 seasons of your soul. You see? So, what do I mean? These seasons are happening inside of you, not just outside of you. In the summer, you feel a lot more energized. You have more energy. You're taking action on things quick. But in the winter time, you're more reflective. You're more emotional because the winter's to do with water, and water is your emotional body of consciousness. See, the elements all correspond to you as well. Water is your emotion, fire is your spirit, earth is your body, and air is your mind. That's why you say you're an airhead. Air is your mind, air is the mental body of consciousness. Can you elaborate on the effects of liquor on us? Why are certain liquors stored named spirit? Because they're spirits, they're potions. So if you, hold on, I'll try and get some more for you. Where is it? They're potions. Go onto Minecraft. And what do they do? What do potions do? They alter you. They make you quicker. They make you, like ancient magic potions that that you hear myths about. You hear them, you see them in this, the old films. They show you the truth in plain sight. Just potions. This is what liquor is what alcohol is. It's a potion. It's produced by alchemists. Alcohol, alchemy. That's what you're consuming. And it's spirits. It's spirit. It's liquid spirits. So you're drinking a spirit. But everything has a spirit. Grass has a spirit. Everything has to have a spirit or else it would not exist. You have a spirit. But what you're doing is making you susceptible for making you vulnerable, for spirits to enter you. So that's why it's called a jinn. A jinn is a form of an astral entity. A jinn, or what else? A spirit, a jinn. All of these things are to do with astral entities and spiritual entities, and it contains ethanol. Ethanol. Look at the beginning of ethanol. It's ETH, ETH, which is ethanol. Okay, so ethanol is ethanol, and it worried. So focus on lifting yourself up. Focus on, don't get lost into these secret societies. Just focus on. See, this is the issue. yes, we're all the world is kind of waking up in a way, but we're waking up to the wrong things. We're waking up to conspiracies. Yes, these things are true. We're all being manipulated. Don't get me wrong, we are by a very dark, advanced, occult, secret clubs who know all of this stuff and crazy stuff. But what I'm saying is, don't look into it. Once you know it, and then focus on the light. You see, if the collective consciousness wakes up to all of the negative things, then we're just going to stay in this negative ball of consciousness, this negative earth, because the earth is a reflection of our consciousness. What happens in our minds is happening in our external reality. So if we all start focusing on this negative and how we're being manipulated, chaos is just going to break out. We're all going to start fighting each other. So we all need to focus on light and bringing ourselves up. That's how we get out of this issue. Okay. Do you know the 33 money blocks that all people have in their field and how to vanish them? No one has these 33 blocks on them. If you believe you have a block on you, then you have a block on you. Because your mind, everything is mental and psychological. If you believe black magic worked on you, then it works. That's how black magic works. If you don't believe it worked, then has no power. It's the same with the government. The government have no true power. It's your belief. Like, if you believe your if we right, so all of us as a collective consciousness believe the government exists. We believe money has value when it doesn't. It's a piece of paper. It's our thought, it's our consciousness thought energy that gives it power. That's why they're called a government. They govern your mental state, they govern your mind. They don't govern your body, they govern how you think, because that's where the power's at. The power's in the mind, in your consciousness. Hmm. Yeah, so yeah. Go up a little bit. Just focus on the goodness, people, and you'll have an amazing life. Yeah. And shaman heals every disease. I really don't know. I'm not too sure about that. Tattoos affect your mental state? I wouldn't say so. Like, just be careful what you get and make sure it has a good meaning, and then you're okay. We are the government once they give us the information on whole lot to see. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Extraterrestrials, aliens live among us, controlling secret societies, Illuminati, high class people. No. That's what I used to think, but it's not. We're not being bombarded by aliens, reptilians. This is all humans. It's people who worship the flesh, is all it is. It's people who worship the physical world. Why? Why do they worship the physical world? Because in these higher realms of consciousness, there's no pleasure like there is a physical pleasure. So they worship the physical world, the physical pleasure, and the sensation of being in a body. That's what they worship. Evil love bondage. Okay. That's why they don't want this matrix to break. They don't want everyone to be equal. They like this division. They like being on the higher end of this matrix, this class. But it's not reptilian. I don't think so anyway, personally. Yes, we have a brain, we have a reptilian brain, but this is our natural instinct brain. We have a lower animal self and we have a divine self. So if you see the screen here, We as humans exist in the middle between matter and spirit. We have the opportunity to expand our consciousness upwards to God. We can expand our consciousness to know God and know the secrets of the universe, or we can stay in our lower animal nature just for survival, basic needs. This is why humans are made in the image of God. We are Anu. We are Anu, spirit, and Ki, earth, matter. We are Anunnaki. We are spirit and matter together. Okay. What do you think about music and fashion? Directly correlated. Well, music and fashion are directly correlated. When the Beatles came out, everyone started to wear hippie stuff. Look at UK drill music started to come out. People started to wear tracksuits more, and it's directly correlated, but it's a psychological warfare. You must understand that music is psychological. It's all to mold you in a certain way, to make you think a certain way. Yeah, as you said, the Rosicrucians talk about the heart, and the heart is playing a big role on our energy and field. Yes, that is true. So everything you do is from the heart. Every action, every word you say is from the heart. What are the families that control the world? Tell us the major one. I don't look into it, to be honest with you. I don't really look into that stuff anymore. It There's no point. It just loses you in a loophole, and you'll end up gaining anxiety and gaining all these negative thoughts about how we're being manipulated. So just focus on the light. Just stay away from the conspiracies and keep your mind focused on the light. Yeah. Can you give thoughts about reverse manifestation, things that you don't want to come in your life, but it has to come anyhow, but it didn't work on positive things? Can you explain this loophole? I'm not too sure about reverse manifestation, but everything that happens to you is necessary for you to grow as a mind, to expand your mind, to expand your soul. Everything is is for you to grow. Doesn't matter how hard it is, how negative it is. But what you must understand is that everything that happens to you is not is a is neutral. It's your mind's perception on how you give it a positive or a negative charge. It could be something really bad, someone dies, but you always have to look at the positive. What did you learn from that person? You have to grow from everything that happens to you. Don't focus on the negative. Like I say, always focus on the light. Keep your mind in the light. Because if you keep the mind on the negative aspect, it will consume you, destroy your mind, your emotions, and your body. So always focus on the light and the positive aspects of everything that happens to you. And just remember, when it comes to manifestation, you are just a result of your thoughts. Your life right now, your current circumstances is a result of every thought you had in the past. Every thought you had in the past has led you to this very point, listening to me right now. Therefore, your life is an externalization of your mind. And this is what I teach inside the university, the Manifestation Mastery course. And that is how you truly, you change your thoughts, you change your mental state, and you will change your external reality. Okay. Can you explain the proof the earth is flat? Your senses. Have you ever been in a car going 100 miles per hour? You probably have. How quick does it feel when you're going 100 miles per hour? It goes very, very quick. You can feel it very quick. And we are apparently moving 1,000 miles per hour while going around the sun. What it's complete lunacy. If you believe that you live on a spinning rock, hurtling through space, and we haven't hit something in trillions of years, which is obviously a lie. If you believe that, then they have tricked you to not believe your own senses. They've tricked you to not believe them senses that you have. That's the power. It's subconscious. It's a psychological warfare. If you believe you live on a rock, then you are more susceptible to believing that the universe is only physical. The reason why Isaac Newton came in with all this new science and destroyed all of the old science of the Egypts and the ancient occult teachings of as above, so below. The reason Isaac Newton came in with this was to separate you from the universe. Because the ancients knew, and I know now, and this is what I teach, is that you are the universe. But all of these new scientists came in to make you feel separate from the universe and to make you think that you are not special. And another one, if you believe that you're from, everything they teach you is to keep your mind trapped in physicality. Your mind isn't a physical thing. Your consciousness is not a physical thing. So everything they've told you is to keep you in a three-dimensional way of thinking, in a physical reality. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Everything seen is an effect of the mind. Everything you see around you began in the invisible realms of mind. Yeah, the body is physical. It's a meat suit. It's an avatar. It's a character. You're playing a character. It's not you. You are the I am. You must connect with the I am through meditation. So I heard that sugar and artificial sugar block our thought and manifesting ability. Yeah, well, your diet plays a massive role because it's all interconnected. Your consciousness is interconnected with your body, your physical body. So if your body's not well, your mind's not going to be well. So you must, find balance between mind and body, spirit and matter. I don't understand the flat earth. Every atom and all things inside of me are spheres. Why would the earth be flat? The atom they told you is wrong. The atoms are electromagnetic torus fields. Okay. So torus fields is what creates everything. Everything has magnetic presence. But don't focus on the flat earth. Your body is the earth. The brain, and this field is highly influenced by the internal state of an individual. If your mind is in a negative space, then this will reflect in your spirit, which is your electromagnetic energy. So emotions are magnetic. You are magnetic. You attract whatever you feel like, whatever your mental space is. So it's important to master the mind and master the emotions for this reason, because this is when you become a walking magnet, a walking light being. Now, Happy Birthday is a form of a magic spell. It's a spell to make you age quicker. Now, if you've watched the subconscious mind, the manifestation mastery, if you're in the university, you've probably watched it, and you know about the subconscious mind, then this is where it kind of gets a bit crazy because a lot of magic is all to do with the subconscious mind and how it reprograms and creates reality. Because essentially everything begins in the subconscious before it actually materializes into a real reality. Now, what you do on your birthday is What are you doing? You're doing magic. You're doing witchcraft. Because what you do, you turn off the lights, you dim down the lights, you get a candle, you light the candle, and then people chant, your family, your friends, they start chanting happy birthday. And then you make a wish, which is a mental directed thought, and blow out a candle. It's witchcraft. This is all forms of witchcraft. Now, I'm not saying this is evil because witchcraft can be used for good and bad, not just for the bad. People always think that witchcraft is purely bad because they've been indoctrinated by the church. The church has made these things seem evil because they don't want us delving into these powerful ways of manipulating reality, manipulating natural energy. So when you are wishing, that is a form of mental directed energy, which is magic. All of this is magic. You've been doing magic your whole life. Now, when you make the wish, you don't tell anyone, which is another occult virtue. You shouldn't be telling people things that you want to create into manifestation, into a reality, because people can direct negative mental energy towards this and slow this manifestation down because also when you release, right, when you release what you want to do, when you talk about your goals to others, this releases dopamine in your brain. And your brain is now thinking that you've already achieved it just because you've talked about it, which is then keeping you less motivated to actually achieve this goal. So this is why you feel so good when you talk about, your goals to people because it releases dopamine in your brain. But anyways, so what this is doing is, happy birthday. It's making you age quicker. You see, the body follows the mind. The mind is the powerful tool. The mind is Jesus and his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There's always the one around the 12. So the mind controls the body, and every thought you see, your thoughts are present in your body. Your body is a reflection of your thoughts. If you are very unhealthy, this means you have thoughts of eating junk food, and it is now reflecting in your body. You see, you can tell the way by you can kind of get a glimpse of someone's inner world by looking at them because they are a reflection of their own internal state. If someone is very strong, muscular, ripped, you can see this person. You can see this person's mental energy manifested in his muscles. You see the discipline. So your body's a reflection of the mind. Now, the English language is riddled with hidden spells. This is why we say, "How old are you?" Now, when we say, "How old are you?" this is subconsciously, going into your subconscious. You might not consciously think, "Oh, I'm not old," but subconsciously, the subconscious mind picks this up and says, "I am old. I am old," because it manifests anything that you put into it. It takes everything as truth. So when we say, "How old are you?" we are saying we are old, which is then man, not having a dramatic effect, but it will make you age quicker. These little things all add up. You see, the subconscious is like a garden, and every thought and word and emotion is a seed which grows in the mind of the subconscious, which will then blossom into a material reality, into a fruit. You shall know them by their fruits. It says that in the Bible. So when we say, "How old are you?" we should be saying, "How young are you?" Because this is another, English has been manipulated in ways to trick your own subconscious into these spells. This is what spelling is. Your words are spells. They cast three-dimensional sound waves. Every word you say is casting a three-dimensional sound wave or an electromagnetic torus field. Every single word you say. And what is reality created of? And that is electromagnetic fields. You are creating atoms. Your body is an anatomy because your body is a giant atom, an electromagnetic field. So the next one is these planes. We must all understand these planes, is how the physical plane is a result of these higher planes of consciousness. You have the Buddhic, which is nothingness. You have the mental, which is the mind and thoughts. Then you have the astral, which is imagination of the thoughts. And the etheric is the energy of the imagination. And the physical is the physical plane you see around you. So everything you see down here is a reflection of these higher planes of consciousness of thought. So everything down here is manifested through thought. That's why it's called a government. They govern your mentality, your mind, because they understand the mind is the root cause of reality. So everything the government tells you is essentially manifesting your own reality. This is why you go to school and learn their indoctrinations, their information, because their information is going into your mind, which is then manifesting your reality. So you know, we are they are not manifesting the new world order. You and the collective consciousness is manifesting the new world order through believing their indoctrinations, through believing that there is going to be climate change. There will be climate change because we are all believing it. The whole world to you. Go to the gym, and if you sit, okay, go to the gym, grab the heaviest weight that you can do without injuring yourself. Do it. Try do a set of them while saying, I am not strong mentally. Say it over and over, and I guaranteed you won't do many reps. And then go grab the same weight and then repeatedly say in your mind, I am very strong, I am very strong, I have lifted the weight. And I guaranteed you will do more reps. It's because the mind has power over the physical plane. It's all mental. This whole world you see around you is manifested from thought. This mic I'm speaking to, the computer or the phone you're holding, was all a thought in the mind. So therefore, everything is an emanation from the mind, the invisible realms of consciousness. And that's what the occult means. Occult just means hidden. And thoughts are hidden. Knowledge is hidden. You can't see knowledge. You have to gain knowledge. You can't see the knowledge behind someone. You you can't split their brain open and see the imagination. You can't split their brain open and see the knowledge they know. It's because it's hidden within an invisible plane of mind and astral and etheric. The physical plane is nothing but a shadow of these higher dimensions. Now, it's by manipulating these planes is how you create your reality. This is what magic is. It's by as above, so below. You change above, you change below. Now, this is where mental directed energy comes in. I kind of went a bit off track. I was going to go to the huge spell that's being placed on us. The spell that's being placed on us is limiting beliefs. The whole world has gone to school, and this school teaches, the Rockefeller, the Rockefellers, they own the school system, and everything they've taught you is to give you a perception of the world. Now, what did I just tell you? This whole world is a result of thought. It's belief. If the whole world believed we had superpowers, we would have superpowers. Now, that sounds crazy to you because the limiting beliefs, that's what I mean. All of us have been indoctrinated with limiting beliefs of gravity, of limiting things like, I don't know, the globe model. We've all been implemented with these things which limit our mind and our body. If we did not go to school and every single person in the world believed that we could fly and we could do something that is completely out of your mind right now, it would happen. It's because this world is a complete correlation and a direct manifestation of thought. Now, the collective consciousness all has a doubting belief system. We are all limited. We are all very well, not all, but if you're in this university, you have an open mind. Well done. I take my hat off to you joining the university and having an open mind. You are one in millions. So congratulations to you for having an open mind. So, but for example, for the rest of the world, like they are all limiting, which is affecting our consciousness, your consciousness, and my consciousness, because we are all connected on a mental level. We are all connected on the mental plane. This is the plane where everything is one. We are all made of the same substance, which is universal mind, universal intelligence, universal consciousness. We are all the same consciousness in different bodies. So, like I just said, everything is connected on the mental plane. You, me, your parents, your brother, your sister, everyone is connected on the mental plane. Therefore, we can transmit energy, information through the mental plane by practice. So, anyways, because of the limiting beliefs we have on, as a collective consciousness, we all believe we are bound by gravity. We all believe that, we can't do certain things. This is casting a spell on the whole world. It's because these thoughts we have in this mental plane here, okay, these thoughts we have here is then turning into imagination. See, the astral plane is very, very powerful. This is the plane that molds the physical plane. So this astral plane is where all spirits, entities, and it's the realm of imagination. This is that screen you have in your mind, but you can access it. This is a full plane that you can access through astral projection. So it is this plane that all of our limiting beliefs is molding into some form of imagination. And this imagination is then turning into energy. And then this energy is manifesting this physical plane. So this whole system that we are under is a spell. It's a very, very powerful astral energy, which is casted upon the whole of the whole of the earth. And we must break this spell. And how do we break the spell? By not believing anything that they tell us. It's the belief system. And we have to stop believing the science they give us. What good does it do us? Think about it. Does it really matter if you don't know anything that they tell you? Does it really? What will it do you? You're still going to live your life. So, for example, the whole system doesn't exist. The system, it only exists because we believe it exists. Money only exists because you believe it is true. It's a piece of paper with words written on it. But because your mind gives it value, it's the mind's perception of it that's creating this government, this system. The whole system it only exists in your mind. It only exists as a belief, as a program. The matrix is in your mind. There is no matrix if you don't believe it. Now, this is the spell that's being put on us, and it is limiting us. Knocking on wood, when we say knocking on wood, this is witchcraft. This is magic. Witchcraft never disappeared. It never went. It was just veiled in myths and veiled in stories and movies from Hollywood. They made you think it was a fantasy. You've been doing it your whole life. You've been doing witchcraft your whole life. Every one of us has taken part in, if you go to concerts, you'll go into rituals, you go into energy harvesting rituals. If you go and watch The Weeknd, he's always doing rituals on the stage. People getting possessed, people dying in the crowd. It's very low vibrational. We're being ran by wizards and warlocks, and we don't even realize it. They've made us think all this stuff is woo-woo and pseudoscience. It's not. This stuff is real, and we're doing it. It's that in your face that you can't see it. So, alcohol. The word alcohol is alcool in ancient Arabic, which means body-eating spirit, and now in Arabic it's algol, which means demon. Algol means demon in Arabic, which means alcohol. It's insane. So we're drinking demons and spirits in the sorry, a little bit in the astral plane. So your body is becoming a vessel for demons and spirits by drinking these consciousness altering potions. That's what it is. It's a potion that alters your mind and alters your consciousness, lowers your frequency, and allows things to come into you. Now, you can use these planes to your advantage for magic. You can practice these magic rituals. And the way to do that, if you go to the meditation section and listen to the hemisync tracks, you don't have to do the full meditation. But what I do, I use them tracks sometimes. Listen to them, gain into that state where your consciousness is raised just slightly out of the body. Okay. So you want to do the meditation until you feel you are the pure consciousness and you no longer right. So if you've done the meditations, your body, you can't feel your body because your body is that still and that relaxed. You can't feel your body. You're just pure consciousness. And when you are in that state, this is when you are in, more than likely you're in the astral or the mental plane. Okay. This is when you're pretty much inside of the subconscious mind. You're no longer in the conscious, you're in the subconscious. And when you're in this state, this is where the power is. This is where you can start to imagine things. Now, this is very, very important that you be very careful about what you want to imagine. When you are in them realms of the subconscious and you're in a lifted state of consciousness, you no longer feel your body. Uh, this is very, very important because whatever if you're trying to manifest someone into your life, for example, and you go and think about this and you imagine them and you picture them in your life in this state, in this state, this can have a very, very bad effect on you. You're programming your subconscious. Now, you got to be very, very careful. You got to make sure that your intent is a good intent. If you have a bad intent, do not do this, or else you'll program your subconscious with a bad intent, and it will come back and bite you. So be very careful about what you're going to imagine. Be very careful what you're going to direct mental energy towards. Now, this takes focus, discipline, and imagination. There are three parts of the higher faculties of your mind. You have to work on these: focus, discipline, and imagination. If you truly want to become an occultist, you must understand this. Focus, because you have to hold an image and hold an image of the imagination. So imagination and focus comes in hand. So let's say you want someone to come back into your life, you miss them. You picture them, you have to picture them very vividly as much as you can. You have to use your focus, your discipline, and imagination to focus an imagination. When you're in that uplifted state, remember, when you no longer feel your body, focus, vision their face, and then whisper into their ear uh, what you want them to do. Whisper into their ear what they want them to do, and then after about 5 minutes of that, keep repeating it, vision it, and saying it into their ear. Don't tell them what you want to do. Tell them the outcome. You will this, you will that, and then once you've done that, you want to then imagine them doing this thing that you've told them to do for 5 to 10 minutes. The longer, the better. The better your focus is, the better your imagination is, the better discipline you have, the more power you're sending to this person. Because remember, we're all connected on a mental level. We're all connected in this mental plane through thought. And thought is non-physical. It's metaphysical. It's not made of atoms. A thought's not made of atoms. It's completely metaphysical. You can't locate it. It's in a higher plane of consciousness. So we're all connected on a mental level. So what you are actually doing, you're directing mental energy towards this person. And if this person is not aware of occult things, this can influence them. The more you do it, but like I say, people, don't do this for bad reasons. Don't do this for bad, because this can turn around and bite you. This can end up really bad if you do this, if you do something, that you shouldn't be doing. But I'm here to spread the light. I'm here to spread knowledge. I do this for good things. I don't do it for personal. I don't do it for personal people, but I do it for my life and what I want. You can do this to manifest things. But this is how. Have you ever been in a situation where you thought of someone and they called you, or you thought of them and they called you? Well, this is how it is. is because we're all connected on a mental level. And the more connected you are to that person emotionally, the more power this will have because you have a connection on the astral. For example, if you've had sex with someone, you are connected with them on an astral level. Emotionally, you're entangled emotionally. So you got to be careful who you have sex with because sex is a form of magic. If you have sex with random people, they're running around with a piece of you and they're putting that piece of you into other people, which is messing you up. We're all connected on these planes, these higher planes of consciousness. You got to be careful. Handshakes. Why do we do handshakes? Well, we're transmitting energy. So don't handshake people who you don't want to handshake. You're transmuting energy and electrical energy and information. You know, so this is all, it's all mental, it's all astral. All of this stuff is. You could, like I say, you can use this mental directed energy for manifestation as well. If you want things in your life, picture them. Well, first get into that state where you can no longer feel your body, where you're that still, and then picture them. Picture the reality you want, and then use your emotions as well. Your emotions are very powerful. Feel it. Feel the reality you want. Now, this works better on a full moon. Now, the full moon is very powerful, very very powerful. They don't want you to know about the full moon. They don't want to know you about the moon. All they tell you about is the sun. They tell you the moon's just a piece of a piece of rock. The moon is very very powerful. The moon has an effect on your psyche. So when it's a full moon, things sound louder. When it's a full moon, people are way more emotional. People are more reactive. People are more crazy. If you ever notice, there's always things going on. There's always bad things and crime go up on a full moon. It's actually recorded. There's more police calls and 911 calls or 99. There's more of these calls happening on a full moon. This is actually recorded. This is a true thing. It's because the moon enhances your mental state. If you are, if you are very an emotional person, an impulsive person, a full moon comes around, you're going to be even more impulsive. Probably going to start pulling your own hair out. It's because it's very powerful. So when you do these, that exercise I just told you of mental directed energy, which is a form of magic, you can do this on a full moon to manifest quicker, to have it more power. That's why you always see witches. You always see these witches on a full moon. It's because it's very, very, very powerful. And witches always with cats. It's because cats transmute negative energy and they can heal you. The Egyptians were obsessed with cats. They had cats around them all the time. And that's why you see cats have 9 lives. Why do cats have 9 lives? Because supposedly there are 9 dimensions and they see all 9 of them. So it's symbolic for them having access to all 9 dimensions. So cats are very powerful. If you have a cat, when they purr, that's very healing. The frequency they produce when they purr, they do that to cleanse your energy. They know you have bad energy. So when they purr, they know you have bad energy and they're trying to heal that for you. So if cats come up to you, they're trying to heal you. Cats are very powerful. This is why witches keep cats, because they're always cleansing them of negative energy. Well, yeah, I think that's pretty much everything for this video, people. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Be very careful about what you plant in your subconscious. Definitely do their meditations. They're very powerful. Very, very powerful. Do them with headphones. You can't do them without headphones. It doesn't work. You will astral project or you will have an altered state of consciousness if you follow the meditations of the gateway process. I've done them multiple times. Very powerful audios. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed this one. Feel free to get in the community. Tell me what the next video to make. And there's no one in this, so I can't answer questions. So we're going to be doing live calls I'm going to do them every Saturday morning now. So Saturday morning is probably the best time to do them because people are off work. I've done it on a Friday today, and obviously no one's here because obviously people are at work. So I'm going to do them on Saturday mornings at like 10 o'clock UK time. They're going to be live calls every week from now on. Thank you all for joining the university. It's been a pleasure to share this knowledge with you. Have an amazing day. Today, we're going to be talking about numerology and the numbers. So, first of all, the numbers that we see are what the symbols used for numbers, because the numbers itself are not the symbols. Numbers are energy, they are things that exist within our consciousness. Everything we see exists in our consciousness. There is nothing outside of you that is not inside of you. So every number corresponds to you and your consciousness and your body, because as above, so below. What is without is within. So the symbols used to determine numbers are produced by the angles. So one has one angle, zero has zero angles. So we're looking at the angles of these symbols. They're also sigils. You see, what we see with our eyes is going into the mind, and the mind is determining what that symbol is. So essentially, symbols are mental, they trigger thoughts, they trigger things within your consciousness, within your subconscious. That's why symbols are very powerful. When you look at the symbol of Nike, you'll look when you visually see it, it triggers the association of thoughts within your consciousness. So symbols are very powerful. So the number one is God, the one source, the one consciousness, the one energy, the one all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. This represents God, which is a microcosm of you, your consciousness. That's why the number one is also determined as one line. One straight line means God. This is the one force of the universe. The one consciousness expressed in millions and billions and trillions of different life forms. You are God, I am God. That's why the Roman numerals I, the letter I is one, because there is one God, one I am within all of us. Every single one of us refers to ourselves as I. I is the highest aspect of your being. You can't say anything above I. There's nothing above I. Well, there is. There's no thing. No, nothing. There's nothing above your I am, which is the void. But it's the consciousness within yourself that is God. It's the I am, where all things spring from. Everything springs from this consciousness within you, from this mind. So masculine is masculine, which is one line, because the number one is a masculine force. I'm not saying God is masculine. I'm saying the number one is a masculine number. It represents action. This is the pure force. Okay. This is the pure force of God, of consciousness. It's action. Consciousness takes action. Everything you've done in your life came from consciousness and is action. This is symbolized as an obelisk. You see this obelisk everywhere. You see it in Rome. You'll see it in Egypt. You will see it in pretty much every city. You'll see a straight obelisk represents the number one, which is God. You see this in Washington, D.C. as well. If you go to Washington, and you will see the Vesica Pisces, and in the middle of the interwoven lines of the interwoven circles of the Vesica Pisces, you'll see the obelisk, because this is symbolizing the one, which then goes into two. This represents you and God, you and the soul, the consciousness. This represents the yin and the yang energy of the whole universe. There is the universe is created by these two energies, these two polar opposite energies, which is represented in the physical world as the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are physical manifestations of conscious and subconscious, male and female, positive and negative, light and dark, light and darkness. Everything that exists in light exists in darkness. You exist in a physical body, which is the light, and you exist in consciousness, in the darkness. You have a physical self, you have a non-physical self. You have a true self and an echo, which is the body. It also represents division. So this is division between spirit and matter, the consciousness and the body. You, your body, and God, the body and God, which is consciousness. It's the mirror, which is symbolized as the two pillars in Freemasonry. You have the left, you have a left side of your body, you have a right side of your body. You have a left ear and a right ear. This is the number 2. You are split down the middle. Your body is split straight down the middle, and you have 2 sides of everything. And in between the 2 sides of everything, you have one consciousness in the middle of the brain, which is the number 1, and this is 2. So 2 represents the division, spirit and matter. Now, it also represents as above, so below. Your life is a reflection of your consciousness. Whatever is happening within your consciousness, mentally, mentally and emotionally, is manifested into your life, and that is your life. Your life is a reflection of your internal state. Every thought has led you to this very point in your life. Every action has led you to this very point in your life. And them actions started within mind or consciousness. So it represents as above, so below. Everything within your being is manifested from these 2 male and female energies, the left and the right hemispheres of your brain. Everything you do is created by these 2 energies. Okay. So you have the conscious, which is the light, the subconscious, which is the darkness. The conscious mind brings into light out of the darkness. So now what do I mean? The subconscious is the hidden aspect of your mind. This is the hidden self, the shadow self, where all of your little things that you do. Now, what's an example? Do you really love the person you're in a partnership with, or a relationship with? Or is it coming from a hidden aspect of yourself? Is it coming from a place of fear of being alone? Is it coming from a sexual desire within your subconscious? You see, there is a shadow self and a light self. The conscious mind brings into light what is in the subconscious. The number 3 represents the Trinity. This is why you always see God inside of a triangle. Well, sorry, it's not God. The eye inside of the triangle. This is the triad. Okay? This represents the 3 aspects of your consciousness: thoughts, emotions, and actions. These 3 things must be in harmony in order for you to manifest your desire. In order for your consciousness to create, there must be thought, an emotion, and an action. These 3 things are foundation for creation. You can't create without, well, you can, but they won't be to your maximum potential if you do not have these 3 aspects of yourself in balance. If you want to create and manifest your life, you can't sit there and meditate. You can't sit there and visualize all day long. Yes, this helps, and it helps reprogramming your mind, but you need the action. The action is one of the most important, but they need to be in balance. There must be thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now, the daytime represents action. Okay, the nighttime represents thoughts and action. At the nighttime, people tend to reflect. People are alone. You're by yourself mainly, or you're in bed. It's you and your mind. This represents the winter time also. The winter time also represents this inner state of reflection. And the summertime represents the action. So you must have these three aspects of yourself in harmony for you to manifest a desire that you want. It represents transformation. It represents new life, resurrection. Jesus was in the cave for 3 days, and then he had a resurrection, a new life, a transformation. So consciousness is always expanding. It's always transforming into new ways of thinking, into new chapters of your life. I'm currently going through a new chapter in my life. Big things are changing. And it's the evolution of your consciousness. Three also represents, if you look at the Kabbalistic tree, you have the top three spheres. Now I'm going to be breaking, we're going to be, is very, so the top three spheres represents also representing the triangle with the eye in it. If you know anything about Kabbalah, you'll understand. Now, number 4, this represents foundation. You have a fourfold nature. You have 4 corners on a table. This is the foundation of yourself. Now, the foundation of yourself is mental, astral, etheric, physical, which is, you also have 4 directions: north, east, west, and south. 4 physical elements, 4 stages of consciousness, 4 seasons in the year, 4 gospels, 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Now, everything you've been told about the zodiac is pretty much a externalization of the zodiac. The 12 zodiac represents the 12 aspects of your soul, your consciousness. The stars are in your soul. As above, so below. What is above is inside of you. What is outside of you is inside of you. The stars are aspects of your consciousness. Now, this is why you have 4 gospels, because Jesus is symbolized in 4 different ways through the 4 gospels. You see him in the 4 types of, basically, the 4 gospels are the 4 ways of portraying Jesus in the 4 aspects of consciousness, which are the 4 elements. Okay. So you have air, which is the mental aspect. You have fire, which is the spiritual aspect. You have water, which is the emotional aspect. And you have the earth, which is the physical aspect of yourself. These correspond with the 4 ways they portray Jesus in the 4 gospels. Okay. So this is also representing the foundations of consciousness. The 4 elements correspond with your consciousness. You have, your body is a number 4. You have the cross. You have an upwards line and a horizontal line, and the cross section meets at the heart. Now, the heart is considered the sun. The soul is in the heart. Now, what is the soul? The soul is the essence of you, your personality, your level of charisma. When you think of someone, if you think of someone you absolutely love and you have a great connection with, you're not thinking about their body. Yes, you may think what they look like, but what is the non-physical version of that person you have if you don't think of their body? It's the soul of that person, their personality, that individuality, that's their soul. Now, the soul is in the heart. Your words, your actions all come from the heart. Your desire all comes from the heart. This is the soul, the Son of Man, the Son of God. The mind is the Father. The Son of God is the heart. You are the Son of God. Okay? So when Jesus is portrayed as Son, as the sun, the sun you see in the sky, he always has the sun behind his head. Now, this represents the Son of Man, the soul of man, the heart of man, the core essence of someone. So that's what the sun is, because the sun in the sky corresponds with your heart. It corresponds with your heart. It's also on the Kabbalistic tree, this represents Teferot, the middle sphere, where all of the pathways on the tree connect to the middle sphere, which is the heart of man. We're going to be going to the Kabbalah soon. 5. So yeah, 4 represents the foundations of your consciousness. In your external world, this represents the foundation of manifestation. In order for you to build an empire, you must have 4 corners. You must have foundation. In order for you to have a table, you must have 4 corners. So 5 represents also the human body, because 5 now represents experience. This now represents the physical plane. Okay, this is the physical self. So if you notice, all of these numbers, 1 up to 4, is mainly about consciousness and the invisible side of yourself. Okay, mainly. But once you hit number 5, you're now starting to turn into matter, material. This is more material things now. 5 represents experience. You have 5 fingers on each hand. You have 5 senses. Your consciousness interacts with this material plane through the data of the 5 senses. The 5 points on your body. You are a star. See, this is the pentagram, a very sacred symbol. 5 represents how spirit manifests into physical. Sorry about what's it called? The spelling mistakes. I did this quite quick. This represents how spirit manifests into physical. It's the material world, the experience of spirit in matter. Jesus took 5 wounds on the cross. Jesus said, take no thought 5 times. He pretty much says, meditate, take no thought. I forgot what verse it is. He says, take no thought 5 times. Why? Because you have 5 senses which are distracting you from connecting with the higher consciousness within you. You must turn off the 5 senses, take no thought. And when thought is no longer present, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. The mind is always rambling on. It's always thinking different things, placing attention on different things, worries. Once there is no thought and there is no data from the 5 senses coming through, other aspects of your consciousness starts to open up. Now, this is how you can have, mystical experiences. Now, Jesus on the cross took the 5 wounds. Jesus crucified on the cross. How did he get up to the cross? He carried the cross up the mountain, which represents elevation of consciousness. Then he was crucified. He took the 5 wounds, which represents turning off the 5 senses. And crucifixion is the sacrifice of yourself to the higher consciousness within you, to the Father. Sacrificing yourself to God. So 5 also represents sacrifice. Noah was 500 years old when he went on a mountain with God and the earth was destroyed. Because Noah went on a mountain, elevation to God. You must elevate yourself to the higher consciousness. And God destroyed all of the flesh on the earth, which is the heart. Earth rearranged his heart. He killed all of the desire, because all desire comes from the heart. So what this represents, Noah's Ark is your brain. It's the ark. You raise yourself to the higher consciousness and you kill all of the flesh, all of the desire for physical things in the heart. And it's the purification of the heart. It's an allegory. Number 6 represents the physical world. This is the most physical number. 666. 6 God worship, Drake, represents the physical plane. You have 6 sides on a cube. There are 6 sides in the physical plane. You can go up, you can go down, you can go left, you can go right, you can go forwards and backwards. That is a 6-sided cube. Jesus turned 6 jars of water into wine. Water's emotion, wine is manifestation. He's turned his emotions into manifestation. It's all there. This is all numerology. 6 is the world of matter. 6 is also representing the lower mind. That's why you have 666. 3 represents, like I said, the thoughts, emotions, and actions. So you have 6 3 times. 666 is your thoughts, emotions, and actions, all contributing towards the physical world. which is the lower mind, the devil, the mark of the beast. You're placing all of your creational aspects, the three aspects of consciousness, into six, which is the physical world. That's 666. Six represents the creation, physical creation. There are 6 days of creation, and then God rested on the last day, it's the seventh day. It represents laws, doctrines, and physical things. The number seven, seven chakras, seven colors, seven diatonic musical tones, 7 days of the week, the seven visible planets, the seven metals, everything's septenary. 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development. It's why you see the Masons use the G with the light. This is the light. This is your brain. Well, this is your arc. This is your head. G in the middle is your consciousness. 7. Okay, so 7. There are 7 visible planets, which are corresponding to the 7 days of the week. Monday for the moon, Sunday for the sun, Saturn day for Saturn. And these energies in the sky, the 7 visible planets, are inside of you. They represent 7 spheres of consciousness, 7 states of consciousness. Okay, so the 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development, where one has used the 7 energies to raise his consciousness to the 7th state, the crown chakra. Most people are stuck in their surface level of their consciousness and operating on the surface level of their consciousness, and they need to move up. There are 7 states of consciousness, 7 chakras, 7 nerve centers, which correspond to the chakras. So essentially, this just represents a heightened state of consciousness, a completed state of consciousness of personal development. Number 8 represents regeneration, time, 8 points of space and time, eternity, rebirth. There's not really I can't find much information on the number 8, but I'm going off what I know. This represents regeneration. So when you look at the infinity symbol, it represents the number 8, or a torus field. It's regeneration of energy, regeneration, rebirth, time. The number 9, this represents higher perspectives. Jesus casted his net onto the right-hand side of the boat and found 153 fish, the right hemisphere of your brain. Casting the net to the right hemisphere of your brain, you'll find 153 fish, because 153 adds up to 9. You see higher perspective when you use the right hemisphere. It shows you a broad perspective. If you don't know about the brain hemispheres, go and watch the lecture under the real lectures section, and go and watch that. That will tell you everything you need to know about the left and right hemispheres of your brain. It also represents endings, completions, because you have 9 months in the womb. There are 9 moon cycles, because your body is created by the celestial spheres, by the energies of the celestial spheres, which are also inside of you. Your body's created in the moon. By the rotation of the moon, which is 9 months. The moon sounds like womb. And if you look on the Kabbalistic tree of life, you'll see this Yesod sphere, which is corresponding to the moon, because this is God up here manifesting, filtering consciousness through these spheres, then entering the moon, and then from the moon you enter the physical plane. It's the womb. It's why it corresponds with the womb. So number 9 represents higher consciousness, perspectives, feminine. Feminine is 9 months in the womb. Number 10, this represents the returning back to source. This is everything goes from 1 to 9, then it goes back to the 1 again, 1 and 0. So This represents returning back to source, back to zero, back to the beginning, God. It's pure completion. So 0 and 1 is the binary code of this reality. You have 0 representing curves, which is feminine. You have line, which is 1. 1 is a line, which is the masculine. You can see this in the bodies. The masculine body is very liney. The feminine body is very curvy. You see this in the genital area. 0, the womb, and the line. 0 is the womb. 0 represents the nothingness, the womb. We'll go into that after. But anyways, so the number 10 is also representing nothing and God. 0 and 1. That is all that exists. Nothingness and God. That is it. Nothingness and consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Everything else is a shadow of consciousness. There is only nothing and God. 0 and 1. So there are 10 energies of consciousness. This is the Kabbalistic tree now. This is why there are 10 numbers, because the Kabbalistic tree shows it's basically a blueprint of how consciousness manifests the physical plane. This corresponds on a macrocosmic scale, which is God, and a microcosmic scale, which is you, a microcosm of God. The macrocosmic scale represents how God manifested everything in the universe through consciousness. And then the microcosmic scale represents you manifesting from God into the physical world of God, of the manifested plane. So pure consciousness can't enter a physical vessel. It's too powerful. Consciousness is too powerful for it to enter a body. So what God did is filtered his consciousness through 10 energies, okay, which is the Kabbalistic tree, and and basically filtered his consciousness through these spheres so that we could have a material plane. So this is where it gets very deep in the Kabbalistic teachings. So I advise you all to research the Kabbalistic tree. It's very, very interesting. And this is basically how God comes down through these spheres into the material plane. Each path corresponds with a lesson. You, on a microcosmic scale, are down here, but your consciousness can expand all the way back to source, because the mind has infinite possibilities. There is limitless possibilities with your mind. Your mind has the potential to grow and expand into new fields of thought and expand to know everything in the universe, which is basically pure enlightenment. Your mind has no limitation. The only limitation in your mind is the beliefs that you hold. The mind has infinite possibilities to expand beyond physical awareness to the consciousness of God. That's why humans are very, very powerful. Humans are made in the image of God because we have the potential to expand our minds to God. So essentially, this also represents on a microcosmic scale of you, the path back to source, the path back to Kether. Okay, I'm going to make a whole lecture on this, so we'll go into that another time. So this is why the word man adds up to 10. Adam, the first ever man created, adds up to 10, because 10 is the Kabbalistic tree. How one God, light, consciousness manifests into matter or the body. So you are made in 10ness. You have 10 consciousness, 10 spheres of consciousness. You are made in the image of God. You are made to experience God's creation. You are made to expand your consciousness. You have been given the tools to awaken to the divinity within you. No other animal in this universe has the ability to awaken to its divinity. You have the ability. You've been given the tools to awaken. Everything is given to you so you can awaken. You have self-realization. A dog can't look in the mirror and look at his faults, look at how he can improve. A dog can't do that. A cat can't do that. A human can. A human can look at himself in the mirror and say, I need to improve here. I need to do this. If you keep feeding a dog, it will just keep on eating forever. But if you keep doing that to a human, at one point, they will stop and say, I can't do this. It's self-realization. We possess a very advanced consciousness. This is why we're made in the image of God. So yeah, the significance of 10 underscores the fact that all humans are created in the image and likeness of God. Yeah, so this is a new section from the New Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, which is coming very soon. The number 0, the cosmic womb, nothingness, no thing. Beyond mind is nothing, void. So if you go into meditation, this is a very deep thought, actually. Once you go past the mind, there's nothing. And that's essentially what you are. You are nothing. You don't actually exist, but you do exist. It's a polarity. Beyond the mind is nothing. The mind is not physical. Your consciousness is not physical. They're not made, thoughts are not made of atoms. Emotions are not made of atoms. Your body is made of atoms. Once you go past the mind, there is nothing. It's a black void. And that's where everything springs from. All creation comes from the void. All things seen come from the unseen. Thoughts manifest out of nothingness. Mind is the realm of infinite possibility, infinite expansion. These are very deep thoughts. A lot of people aren't going to understand this, but for the people who are quite advanced and deep thinkers, they're going to understand this. Essentially, the universe is nothingness, but out of this nothingness, so think of it like this: the highest realm in the universe is nothingness, pure void, pure nothingness. Then after nothingness, there is infinite potential, infinite, limitless thoughts, which is the mind. Mind is the realm of infinite thoughts and infinite possibilities. There's nothing you cannot not think of. Everything is possible in the mind. This is why the universe is constantly expanding. It's the expansion of mind. The universe is one mind expanding through information and thought. So anyways, we got a bit off topic there. That's essentially what the numbers are, how they correspond with yourself, and the real interpretations of numbers. There are nothing external. There is nothing external in the universe. Everything you see is inside of you, including the stars, the planets, and zodiac. Everything is inside. So you must understand this. So thank you all for watching this video. I hope you all learned something. Look forward to connecting with you all. So today we're going to be talking about this world, how it's a simulation, and consciousness. So what you must understand is that the brain, the body, is a piece of technology. This body you have is simulating the reality to you. Now, the body is like a crystal. It receives frequencies. That's what crystals do. So if you have a radio, if you have a phone, they all use crystals because they receive frequencies. Your body is an antenna. Your brain is an antenna. Your pineal gland has crystals on it because it receives consciousness. Now, this consciousness is the real you. You are the consciousness, not the body. The body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false, what is the echo of the true self. You are an invisible consciousness. You are the thoughts, the emotion. This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. That's the biggest illusion. You think you are in the body. Your consciousness is not in the body. It's completely separate from the body. The body is an antenna which receives the signals of consciousness. So you can experience this reality. But the body is simulating the reality. The brain produces the reality that you're experiencing. It's like the Sims games. You see how, you see, they always show the truth in plain sight. You see how you have this thing above their head, this little diamond shape? This is the consciousness. This is you. This is your avatar. You're playing an avatar. This is a character in a game. Your body is a character. Now, the human form only exists in the three-dimensional world. Now, your ego was not present when you were born. When you were born, you had no ego. You were pure. You were pure consciousness. You were pure emotion, pure thought. That's it. But as you grew older, as you gained experience in this three-dimensional avatar, you grew an ego, which is the earthly personality. The ego is your mind's perception of itself in a three-dimensional body. So the ego is the echo of the true self. You are the consciousness. You are the thoughts. You are the emotions. But let me say that again. You're not the thoughts and the emotion. These are aspects of consciousness. So thoughts is called the mind. The mind is consciousness. But the mind is just the aspect of it's the thought aspect of consciousness. Emotion is the feeling aspect of this consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the consciousness. So you are not even in this plane. You are playing a game. So when you are using a controller to play a virtual reality, you are the controller. You are the consciousness. You are the mind. You're not the thoughts and the emotions. You're the observer behind that. You're the one feeling them thoughts and emotions. So the body is only a part of this three-dimensional world. And your consciousness interacts with this world, with the brain. You see, like I said, the brain produces the reality you are in. See, the body is organic technology. It has been designed, it has been specifically designed to run a simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose this, whether they're not, I don't know about that. But this is a simulation. Your consciousness is not in this simulation. It's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, you've got sight, you've got five senses, you've got everything involved. So the brain, well, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotions interacts with an energy grid, interacts with the brain, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, is weaving its own reality. Let me say that again. You are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life is a direct result and correlation of every thought and emotion you felt in the past. Therefore, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotion is weaving your own path in this lifetime. Your consciousness is creating its own reality. Now, there are external forces. External forces can manipulate your reality through belief. This is why it's called a government. They govern your ment, your mind, your thought, your belief system within consciousness, your memories. So thoughts, emotions, and memories, they are all in consciousness. They are not in the brain. The brain is a computer. It's yes or no. The brain has no memory. It has none of this. It is a computer. It's yes or no. So, like I said, The brain is what you're experiencing, and you are weaving your own reality through thoughts, emotions. Now, the external forces are belief systems. They install belief systems within your mind, within your consciousness, to limit your consciousness, to keep your consciousness bound to three-dimensional physical body awareness. Why do we'll go into that a bit later. But everything they do is to install information and programs, because your programming of the consciousness is what keeps you stuck to three-dimensional awareness, keeps you stuck at a low state. Everything they do is to push fear, because fear is a bondage. Because remember, you are this consciousness. You are out of the body already. But through belief is how you get yourself stuck in three-dimensional awareness in this body. It's a simulation. The body is holographic. It's a holographic avatar, and you're playing this holographic avatar. You leave this avatar every single night when you go to sleep, and you go into alternative realities. Here you see George Washington, the Freemason, with the G above his head. It's the same symbolism. Or you see the I here, the I, because it's the same symbolism. Your consciousness. This is just an avatar. This is a body. Your name. You are not your name. You are not your memories. You are not your clothes you wear. You are not what people think about you. You are the pure consciousness. Whether you believe that or not, you are, and you need to detach from all of these programs. Who you think you are is basically a bunch of programs. Well, my name's Harry, I wear this, I live here, and I do this job. That's me. That's not you. That is not you. They are programs. And the programs keeps your consciousness stuck to this body, to this realm, a slave to physicality. And they don't teach you emotional intelligence. They don't teach you all of these things, because religion was made to keep your consciousness stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep your consciousness stuck in the body, in the simulation, in the fake self, in the ego. Instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, to be instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self, instead they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? They're not telling you to become the best version of yourself. They're not telling you to transmute the negative aspects of the self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided, because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out of the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out of the womb, because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God because they know that God is within you. Consciousness is God. So all of these fake psyopses about, uh, mocking the Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. And they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a large, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Government, govern the mind, govern consciousness. So, what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it because this is the light. This is the consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you stuck. The ego wants the food, it wants the sex, it wants the money, it wants the fame, it wants the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and if in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself, the only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself, the true self. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was painted in like the 1600s. It's the Kabbalah tree. But what you're seeing here is not God and Jesus. This is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will, I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. If you really want to do, right, so basically what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. And where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, you know? So the five wounds on the cross, what are the five wounds? The five senses of it's the data of the five senses because your body is technology. So the data of the five senses must be shut off and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the five senses, crucify yourself, crucify the and crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the five senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book Morals and Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now. And this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this. So I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You can, and you don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always three gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's three gods: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the three top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness. You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay. So this is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul, whatever you want to call it. So man is both human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose. See, Lucy means light. Fer means bringer, light bringer, and your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain and how light enters the eyes, which is and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain, this is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you, you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? To keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, in order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. And now I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things. Because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again. And you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body. You are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are to grow, for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God. It's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon. Signs you need to detox. This is an important one, people. And a lot of the things that are happening with our bodies in the modern society is just considered as normal. But these things that I'm going to go over are not normal. They are signs you need to detox. So the first sign we have is a runny nose. Runny nose means there is too much mucus in the body. The mucus is forming from the acidic food that we are placing into our body. So every time we consume something that is unnatural and something that was not produced by the earth, the body does not know what the food is. Therefore, the body has to attack it. So if the body did not have mucus, it creates the mucus to attack it so that it can help the body in detox from the chemicals and the things in these foods. So essentially, mucus is not bad. It's the body's defense mechanism. However, too much mucus will create blockages within the body, and especially in the sinuses in our head. And this is what we get runny noses from. It's too much mucus in our sinuses. Our sinuses are blocked, and this can lead to breathing problems and all sorts of things. Like, you don't want too much mucus in your body. So runny nose is a sign that you have too much mucus in your body and you need to detox. The next sign is a yellow tongue. This is a sign of unnatural foods. This is waste. This is toxic chemicals on the tongue, left over. When you place something natural into your tongue, it will leave very minimal residue, and it will not stain your tongue because it is natural. It's produced by the earth. When you place something natural into your body that was grown by the earth and produced by the earth, it becomes one with the body. It assimilates with the body. The body recognizes it and it can digest it properly without fighting it. So by placing, all these food colorings, chemicals, seed oils, essentially this is what all of this residue is. It's leftover waste. And if your tongue is looking like this, imagine what your colon and your gut looks like if your tongue is showing this. Yes, you need to detox if you have this on your tongue. This is a healthy tongue. No issues, no residue left over. Yes, don't get me wrong, you can clean these with the scrapers, but you're just placing a plaster on top of the main problem. You're placing a plaster just by scraping all this grime off. You shouldn't have it in the first place, so therefore you need to detox and go on a cleanse. The next sign is body odor. So what they have done is gave you all of this toxic chemicals, food and seed oils, and because they knew that your body would stink after consuming these foods, they go and sell you more toxic seed oils and chemicals with what we call aftershave or deodorant. So it's just you're putting more chemicals on your body, and you're just going to smell more and more and more. You should not be using deodorant. Deodorant is filled with harmful chemicals, disrupt the hormones of your body. It's going to cause inflammation, cause skin issues, and it's all going into your blood. All of these chemicals you're putting onto your skin is going to go straight into your blood and poison you. So essentially, body odor is an unhealthy gut. It's basically the food that is rotting inside of you. The stench of this food is sweating outside of you, coming outside of your body, because that's what sweat is. Sweat is just the body removing toxins from the body. Okay, so when you are sweating and it smells, this means you really do have to address something that is internal within you, and you have to go on a detox. So essentially, this is what it is. It's a rotting gut. The next sign is smelly breath. It's the same thing. It's not even your breath. Your breath does not smell. Your mouth does not smell. It's your gut that is smelling. All the stench is finding a way out, and what you're smelling is someone's gut when you smell their breath or your breath. And it's the seed oils, it's the toxic food, the unnatural foods, and the garbage. This is what it is. It's all of the unnatural foods that is accumulating, and the metabolic waste that is left within the colon. Inflammation. This is a very common. Everyone nowadays has these bellies. Literally everyone, even if they're skinny, even if it's very common because the foods that we are eating are very unnatural. It's filled with seed oils, chemicals, food colorings, and GMOs. And essentially, the body does not know what to do with it. So it stores it and it waste. The body cannot digest it. So what you're seeing here is an expanded gut. This is their colon, expanded outwards. It's so inflamed. Every time you eat something unnatural, you are essentially, well, every time you eat something unnatural, your body produces inflammation every single time. And this inflammation over time, the more you eat this unnatural food, because every time you inflammate something, it's weakening that organ. So the more you keep inflammating it, the weaker and the weaker and the weaker it's getting. So this is why we need to detox if you have this, what's it called? If you have this bloated stomach, this is leftover waste in your colon. This is leftover waste in all of your body. This is also an inflamed gut. This shows that your gut is not in good health, and it really needs to flatten out like this one. This is a healthy gut, nothing hanging over, flat. That's a healthy gut, and this is what you should be aiming when we come to detoxing. The next sign you need a detox is farting. This is unnatural. You should not be doing it. This is a sign that you have waste in you. This is a sign that you are blocked because the air in between your colons is finding a way out through all the food and the waste, and it's coming out. It's a sign that you are blocked, and it's a sign that you have waste inside of you. You should not be doing this. This is very unnatural. And it's also a sign that you're eating too much solid foods. The air in your colon is finding a way through the foods, and you're eating too much solid food, and it's blocking you up. The next sign is acne. This is unnatural. They should not be having acne. It's waste coming out of the body. So if the body cannot sweat it out, if the body cannot poo it out, if the body cannot, wee it out, if your body cannot do any of these, is all if all of the detoxing elimination processes of the body are blocked, this is when it comes through the skin. It's pretty much the last chance your body can get of getting rid of all the waste. So if it can't do all of these elimination processes, which are fairly natural, it will push it through the skin. And this is what we are seeing with acne. Acne is just undigested food. It's waste. It's seed oils. It's GMOs all coming through the skin. So if you want to get rid of this, it's so simple. Just get rid of all the unnatural foods. And when I say unnatural foods, I mean everything unnatural. GMOs, seed oils. When I say unnatural, everything falls under that. Chocolate, all of these things that are not produced by nature, cut them out. You do not need them. So this is also blackheads. Blackheads just also more toxic and waste. Yes, depending on your environment and where you work in, like let's say you're a plasterer and there's a lot of dust, this can contribute towards your skin. I'm not saying it's all waste, but normally when you are in bad environments, it's normally blackheads, not spots. Spots is more undigested food. Blackheads is more of like environment based. Another one, headaches. Headaches is another sign you need to detox. If you're getting constant headaches, it's also a sign that you are not getting enough H3O2 or H2O to your brain. Also means there's not much oxygen in the brain. This is also a sign you need to detox, because if there's not enough oxygen getting to your brain, this means your blood is not working properly, and the blood is not working properly because the rest of the body is not working properly. So it's a sign you need to detox. Another one, this is constipation. Constipation is a sign that you are blocked. Your bowels are blocked, your colon's blocked, your gut is blocked. From the solid and unnatural foods and the seed oils that you are consuming, is essentially blocking up your colon, so you can't get rid of it, or you find it hard going to the toilet. It's because all of this waste you see here, this is all food, leftover food. You would be surprised how much food is inside of you, especially if you have a bloated gut like I just showed you. You have a lot of food in you, like a lot. You have probably food left over from last week inside of your body, and it's rotting away. And this is what causes sickness, illness, parasites. It's the food, people. The food is the problem. Low energy, like I just said, all of these signs that I'm showing you, it's all the same cause, the unnatural foods. Low energy is essentially your body's not getting enough minerals. Your body's not getting the electricity. Your body runs off electricity. Every single cell in your body is conducting electricity. Your body is a technological electrical machine. So low energy means you're not getting enough electricity in your body, or your body is using all of your energy to get rid of toxins and waste in your body. Let's say you have a very bloated stomach. All of your energy and your electrical energy is going towards the gut so it can help fight off all of this poison in our gut. And that's essentially what tiredness is, if we're not getting enough energy. So these are all the signs that we've gone through. And in the next few videos, we'll be going over on how to detox. If you have any of these signs, please carry on watching on the next few lessons, and you really need to detox. Hello, hello, beautiful students. Let's get into healing. Stage one of cleansing the body. All disease starts in the colon. Before trying to heal, we must remove leftover metabolic waste from the colon and the body. The body cannot heal unless it has the right environment. So let's say you want to start and heal your body. Before you can heal that body, you have to remove all of this waste. What happens if you go and place an apple next to a molding apple? The fresh apple you just place next to the molding apple will start to mold with the molding apple. So if you started now, today, and you have all of this leftover waste in your body and you started consuming good foods, yes, it will benefit you. However, it's going to take a lot longer for you to heal because you have not removed this moldy stuff inside of you. So we have to address the colon before we can go on and heal the body. You have to cleanse before you heal. You have to regenerate the body and create a good environment. Because what happens when you cut yourself? Your body healed. Your body knew how to heal that wound that you cut. Your body knows how to heal from anything that you have with your body. You just have to give it the right environment. So, orange fruits, this is for cleansing. Uh, Green fruits, this is for detoxification. Red fruits, this is for the blood. Even the strawberry looks like a heart. So, for 2 weeks, you need to do the following. You need to go on a fruit only diet for 2 weeks. This fruit is amazing for cleansing the body because it contains H3O2, which is structured jelly water. This is the real water that your body needs. It needs H3O2. This is why when you drink gallons and gallons of H2O, which is just liquid water, you'll end up just weeing it all out. It's because your body cannot intake, well, it can intake that water, don't get me wrong, but mainly it needs this H3O2, which can only be found in fruits. Crystallized, structured water. So when we place this jelly water into our body through the fruits, this is what helps cleanse, push out waste from the digestive system. It will remove things from the digestive system because it's like jelly. It's beautiful for the digestive system. So essentially, this is what your colon looks like if you're trying to heal and you have issues with your body. You have a blocked colon. So therefore, the disease, the leftover food is all accumulating in your gut, which is pretty much your first brain. And you're getting all sorts of parasites and issues with the rest of the body because this is clogged. So with the fruit only diet, I recommend grapes, watermelon, blueberries, or papaya. It's best to stick to a very minimal amount of fruit. Now, what do I mean? I mean, not as in how much you eat. You can eat as much as you want fruit during this 2 weeks. I mean, try and only have one or two different fruits. Why? Because you want to minimize the energy your digestive system uses. Because by consuming one or two fruits for 2 weeks, you are not giving the body breads, nuts, different foods which contains different enzymes for it to be broken down. Your body doesn't have to detect many different things and break it all down individually. If you're only taking in two different foods or maybe even one different fruits, it's going to minimize the work of the digestive system. And this will use less energy. So this means it saves energy now for your body to heal other parts of the body while you are cleansing. So when you consume this fruit, this one only fruit or two fruits or three, whatever, you're going to push all of the waste out. You're going to get all of the solid blockages, all of the solid foods and leftover things on the walls of the colon out. And during this 2 weeks, you want to have herbal teas. This will help detoxify the body and get rid of the excess mucus. This will give body minerals as well, because don't get me wrong, fruit has a lot of minerals, but we need to make sure we're keeping on top of the minerals if we're just consuming fruit. So herbal teas like sarsaparilla, dandelion root or dandelion, elderberries, and cheney root and nettle leaf. Nettle leaf is very, very powerful for your kidneys. Your kidneys is what filters the blood. Okay, so when you take nettle leaf, you can have a teaspoon of these nettle seeds or nettle leaf every, nettle seed, sorry. The nettle leaf is good, but use that in the teas. But if you're going to have teaspoons, have the nettle seed and just place it into a drink and drink it or whatever. Nettle seed is very good for helping and strengthening the kidneys, which helps detoxify the blood. It filters the blood properly, and which will then filter the oxygen to the brain and the oxygen to the rest of the body. So nettle leaf is very good. But you can get them all and mix them all. You can get sarsaparilla, dandelion, elderberry, and cheney root and literally mix them all into one tea. And this will be very powerful. You also want to, if you can, get your hands on some organic sea moss. Sea moss will give you, 92 of the minerals that your body is made out of. Your body's made of 102. Sea moss has around 92 to 100 minerals that your body's made of. So sea moss is a very good way to get all of the minerals in. Key limes, these are very, very, very powerful for detoxing the body and cleansing the body, and very good for the digestive system to get rid of that waste. No tap water, and drink either, fresh spring water with no added chemicals or freshly squeezed fruit juices. So get yourself a juicer and juice your own fruits. Don't get me wrong, this can be costly. However, your health is the most important thing. You could have you could have trillions of pounds, but if you don't have your health, how are you going to spend and enjoy that money? Your health is the biggest currency, it's the biggest wealth. So if you don't know how to make herbal teas, this is how to make them. Like I said before, I recommend nettle seed, sarsaparilla, dandelion, and cheney root. Dandelion's very good for the heart. Sarsaparilla has very high in iron. Nettle seed, very good for the kidneys. Cheney root, very high in iron. Step 1, place a cup of spring water into a pot. Place the herbs into the water. You can either leave this pot with a lid on overnight, because when you leave these herbs in the water with the lid on, the water can then soak in all of the the minerals and all of like the things coming out of the herbs. So you can do this for more potency. If you want a very powerful and potent one, leave it out overnight or just for a couple of hours, maybe even just 2 hours or an hour. This will increase the potency of the tea. Or you can just literally just whack it in and start to boil it. Boil the water on medium heat for 5 minutes. Strain the herbs and pour the water into the mug. You can then add sea moss gel into your herbal tea, key limes or cayenne pepper or soursop leaf powder or any sorts of nice powders and natural powders. Place that into your tea as well. This is all going to contribute towards helping the body heal. So once you do this for 2 weeks, what do you expect? How do you know if it's a successful cleanse? First of all, you're going to get very, very clear skin. If you've stuck to the fruit only diet and taking all these herbs and the sea moss, your skin will clear up in a matter of a week and you'll have beautiful glowing skin. This is an indication that your inner body and inner world is now starting to clear up, because your skin is an external manifestation of the internal body. You'll get no headaches. You'll have higher energy levels because the body is not clogged. There's not much energy being used in the digestive system. So you'll have higher energy levels, which can be used in all different parts of your life. Expect weight loss, but it's not weight loss. You don't lose weight, you lose impurities. You're getting rid of all the mucus, you're getting rid of all the blockages, all the leftover waste, the leftover the food. All of that will come out of you, and this will essentially make you lose weight, but it's not weight, it's waste. That's what it is. And you will more than likely go from this, from a yeah, inflamed stomach, inflamed gut, bloated, to a more flat stomach. Okay, don't worry if it looks as like this as this perfect, but as long as it goes down a bit, then you know that you've had a very good cleanse. If it hasn't gone down, then you need to carry on doing the cleanse for another week or so until it starts to go down and your skin starts to clear up and all the sorts of things. But you have to stay disciplined. Discipline is the most important thing. You are not going to heal overnight, because the reason why you are not healed now, or the reason why you are sick now or have issues with your body, is because you've had decades, or maybe like a couple decades, of eating waste and eating toxic, unnatural foods. So it's not an overnight process. However, you can heal your body just the natural way. You have to be disciplined, you have to be willing, you have to be thinking positive and feeling positive, and all of this will contribute towards your health, because every thought is obviously impacting the body. We'll go over that in another lecture. So this is what to expect. You will lose weight, which is just losing impurities. Do this for 2 weeks and then move on to step 2, which we'll go over into the next lesson. So cleansing is the most important part of stage of healing, is because you cannot heal without the waste gone. It's essentially the most important part. You cannot do anything. You cannot move forward. You cannot start to heal the body unless you remove the waste. Hello, people. Stage 2 of healing, fasting. Fasting gives the ability and gives the digestive system a break, allowing the body to redirect energy towards healing and repairing the body. Like I said in the last lesson, what happened when you cut yourself? When you cut yourself, your body knew how to heal the body. Now that your body is in the right condition through the cleansing process, once your body has now got rid of all of that waste, you can now start to fast. Because let's say you started to fast with all of that waste inside of you, you're going to have a heavy detoxification in that fast. You're going to get headaches, you're going to get, sweats, all sorts of horrible, heavy detoxification. And this is not the most efficient way to fast. Now you've gone through that cleansing phase of getting rid of the waste, you can now fast. Your body now has minerals. Your body is now healthier for you to go without food. There is no risk with fasting. Your body can last at least up to people have fasted up for 3 months or something like that. People have gone very, very long on fasting, and depending on how healthy your body is, depends on how long you can do the fast. So studies suggest, your body produces stem cells once 2 days of fasting has gone. So what stem cells are, they are basically these cells which are generated in your body to then latch onto another cell, or basically mimic another cell. It has the ability to mimic any cell it wants and become that cell. So basically these stem cells will go out to the body and produce cells that are needed to heal the body. So when you fast and your body is no longer spending a lot of energy, because a lot of your energy is used digesting food. So once that energy is now no longer being used, your body is now redirecting this energy to produce and healing things for the body, like stem cells. So this is why fasting is so important. 1 day water fast is what I well, I don't recommend, but this is what I do. I'm not a I'm not a health advisor. But if I was a beginner, I would do a 1 day water fast or herbal teas and juicing fast. So during this fast, you will not consume anything for 24 hours. You do this once a week or once every 2 weeks, and stick to this for a couple of weeks until you become used to fasting. Okay. While you are fasting, you still need to stick to your fruit only diet because this will heal the body quickly. While you're healing, you want your body, your digestive system, not to be using much energy. So when let's say you've done the cleansing phase, but then you went straight back on heavy food like meat, bread, and stuff like that, pasta, this will slow down your healing because it's very heavy food. It takes longer for it to digest, it takes more energy. You need to give the digestive system a break. Do not worry about your weight. Just let your body detox. You might lose, a fair bit of weight. However, this is necessary. Your body is getting rid of the toxic mucus and the toxic waste. Once you are done losing the weight and you have fasted and you have healed, you can then start to put on good weight with good, healthy food. The weight that you currently have now, if you're watching this, is more than likely, uh, toxic waste and toxic weight on your body. So 1 day every week or 2 weeks is very good. And what I personally do is drink herbal teas during these fasts. Like I said, with the herbs I recommended. I also take cayenne pepper. I'll have a juicing. So when I freshly squeezed juices like watermelon juice, uh, seeded grape juice, or seeded apple juice, I will add a bit of just a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for activating and the digestive system, like pushing stuff out of the digestive system. It helps blood flow, and it's amazing. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for the body. So I add that into my juices. It doesn't really count as adding to a fast because it'll go straight. No, sorry, not adding to a fast. It doesn't really count stopping the fast because it's just a powder. So drink juices, herbal teas. You can either drink sea moss as well. Just make sure it's like a liquid. You only want liquids in the body. You do not want to activate that digestive system. And yeah, this is a very powerful way of fasting, a very powerful way of regenerating the body quickly. So once you get used to fasting, you want to do 2 days every week until you start to heal. Okay. 2 days is when the stem cells, and when you become even, more used to fasting, you've had some experience, you know what you're doing, you know how your body reacts, you can then start to do longer fasts and maybe even doing no water and no food fast. That's a very powerful fast. However, your body has to be healthy in order to do that. So only do that when you are doing it properly, when you know what you are doing. So essentially, you want to start fasting and the fruit only diet until you are healing. And this is the best way to do it. Breaking a fast. When you break a fast, you want to make sure, you're sticking to the fruits. Like I said, the best way to break a fast is like drinking sea moss gel and then going for either something very light on the digestive system, like watermelon, grapes, blueberries, or even a smoothie. A smoothie is very good for breaking a fast easily, gets down into the digested and gets digested very quickly. So, like I said, continue with the fruit only diet, continue with the sea moss, continue with the herbal teas, and continue fasting 1 or 2 days a week. And I did this and I healed my body pretty quickly. I'm not giving advice, but this is what I would do. And that's how I overcame a few health issues with my body. So essentially, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can give you some more information. But this is pretty much it on fasting and healing your body. The cleansing stage and then the fasting stage and fruit only diet. That is the key, you know. It's just giving the digestive system a break. That is how you heal the body. Healing is, you know, it's not an overnight process. It can take months, it can take even a year. But once you stay consistent and once you stay on top of your discipline and consistency, you will see results. You have to see results. It's cause and effect. Try your best to get organic and make sure all of your fruit is always seeded. Wash your fruit with key lime water and key lime, or even lemons. Don't consume lemons if you can. Don't consume lemons. They are GMO, but they're good if you want to wash your fruit. Wash them with lemons. You know, they're quite easier to get your hands on than organic seeded key limes. You know, try your best to go to the marketplaces for fruit instead of mainstream uh, supermarkets. Just make sure that you're trying your best to get the best quality food with the least amount of pesticides and stuff like that. That also has a big impact on your health. But essentially, when you cut out all of the chemicals, the seed oils, the bread, the heavy foods, the sweets, the sugars, when you cut this out, you will feel so much better. Like your brain fog will go, you'll be more focused, you'll have more energy, you'll no longer crave it. And that is essentially the most important thing is just cutting out the unnatural food and going with the natural foods. That's the biggest first step you could do with your health is just cutting out all of the unnatural foods and go with the raw foods. And that's when you see a big change in your body and how you feel. So yeah, if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact me. Hello, hello, and today we're going to be talking about sex, sacred energy exchange. Now, what you must understand is that your energy, everything that your physical body is doing is coming from the ether. So your energy of your body, your aura is all etheric. And this is the life force behind your body. And this is what you are exchanging when two people interact. When you interact, you are exchanging this etheric life force energy, which is very, very powerful. Now, the sexual energy within the human is the most powerful energy and the most powerful emotion that you could possibly feel. This is why lust is so, so hard to come over, especially when you're addicted to them, to watching them dirty websites, because the power of the sexual emotion completely takes over the body, takes over the mind, it takes over the spirit. It's so powerful. And that's why it's personified as the serpent tempting you. And you can see the serpent in the letter S. Because S is the energy, the sexual energy, the serpent energy, the Kundalini energy. It's all related. Now, sex is a very, very sacred thing, and it should not be performed with just anyone and anything. You are exchanging not only sacred energy, your etheric life force energy, you are exchanging DNA. Every time you even kiss someone, you're exchanging your DNA and their DNA with each other, which is altering both of your DNA. Now, when sex is performed, you have the masculine and the feminine coming together, the fire and the water. Water represents femininity, or the what's it called? Yeah, feminine, and then fire represents masculine. And you can see this in the triangles. Now, fire goes upwards in a triangle and water goes downwards. So this is why it's that way in the alchemical symbols. These are very ancient, ancient symbols. These symbols are thousands and thousands of years old to represent the fire and water, masculine and feminine. Males have a fire nature. When a man is truly masculine, he has a fire nature. He's action taking. He's uh, not aggressive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Aggressive in taking action, electricity, doing, leading. That is a masculine role. It represents the conscious mind. The feminine represents the water, the emotion, the emotional side of consciousness. Submissive, taking, cleansing, very taking care of things, nurturing. This is the divine masculine and feminine. They are two polar opposites. They are completely different. So if you don't understand your woman, or you don't understand your your boyfriend, you must understand that he is the complete opposite the way you think. If you want to understand her, you must think the complete opposite of you. Male, we think logically. Females, they think emotionally. And we must balance them in our own beings as well. The male must become more emotional, and the female must become more logical to have balance. Anyways, I'm getting off track. When these two come together, this is when creation happens. When the two polar opposites come to one and unify, which is the Star of David. When this unifies, this is when creation happens. This is very, very powerful. This is when birth happens. It also happens when we balance the two hemispheres of our brains. When we sync the hemispheres of the brain, and if you've been doing the meditations in the meditation section, and you've been doing the hemispheric, CIA gateway process, that's when you are born again. That's when you're born into spirit, into your consciousness. And the two hemispheres, left masculine, right feminine, when these sync, you become born again. You can have out of body experiences. It's the same with when two male and females come together, creation happens. Now, what you must understand is that everything you do physically has an astral counterpart. Everything you do is done in the astral plane as well. This is why, the ancients used to wear symbols, because symbols are very powerful. I'll make a whole other lecture on symbols. But everything you do is done on the astral as well, because you are in the astral now. You are in the etheric plane. You are in the mental plane. You are in each one of these planes now. And these planes are so important for you to understand reality. You can't, live your life without understanding these realities. I'm sure there's lectures on this. There's loads of lectures on this that I've done. Go check them out if you don't know what these planes are. So this is the physical plane. This is your body. This is where they keep you. Three-dimensional awareness. They keep your mind, which is up here, trapped in physicality through the Newtonian way of thinking. The Newtonian science is trapping your mind in physicality. They changed everything, you see. So the ancients knew that they were the universe experiencing itself. They were a microcosm of the universe. The body is a miniature earth, and their mind was the universe. This is how the ancients thought, and this is how I think. This is how I know. However, the Newtonian way of science came in to disconnect us from the universe, and came in and said, no, you are in a universe and you are not the universe. That's what they teach now. They teach that you are just inside of a physical creation. They trap you in physicality. They tell you that your mind is just activity of the brain, which is not true. Once you understand these planes, once you have an out of body experience, you then understand these planes. They are very, 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 very real. So magic is all to do with the astral plane, and sex is a form of magic. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. Everything you do is a ritual because you do it in the astral as well. So when sex is performed, you are actually entangling your emotional and astral light bodies. So this is what happens. So you have an astral contract. You can do these in many different ways when it comes to, magic. You can do these in many different ways. And when people sell their souls, or quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, they're not selling their soul. You're gaining an astral contract with these entities on the other side. So astral contracts can be made in many different ways. It can be done by exchanging blood. It can be done by uh, casting spells on people, powerful spells and spell casting. It can be done in many different ways, but sex is one of the ways where you create an astral contract. You are now entangling that person with yourself. You are because the emotions exist on the astral plane. So emotions are entangled. So my emotions, let's say I had sex with someone years down the line, or even the next day, their emotions will affect you, and their internal state will affect you. Their mental state will affect you. You are entangling each other on an astral level. You see, the astral plane is the realm of imagination. It's the realm of light. And this is where you're becoming entangled. And you are placing each other in your hearts, because your heart never forgets anything. This holds all of the important things. The heart is kind of like a brain. Well, it is a brain. It has 40,000 neuron cells, which are the same in the cranial brain. That was a science discovery recently. So your heart is a brain. It's the emotional brain. However, it stores different things than the cranial brain. So when you have sex, you're creating astral contracts. So this is why the ancients always said, never have sex before marriage. You're marrying each other on the astral when you do this. You're marrying each other. And this is why Christianity, Buddhism, or all these different religions, they tell you not to have sex with just random people. They tell you not to have sex until you are married. This is why, because all of these modern day teachings that we have all stem back thousands and thousands of years to these teachings, what I'm telling you, of the occult, of the esoteric. But this is hard to believe because you've been told your whole life you're just a physical being. It's not true. Your emotions are not physical. So now that you understand these planes, so what happens when you get someone pregnant? Now the woman is the master builder. She has been chosen to carry a portal between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, the astral and the physical. That's what the woman is, a womb woman. This is very powerful, and it's being suppressed. Our whole lives, we don't really get told what the womb is, how it even works, how it creates a whole human being. It turns a single cell into a whole human living being. That is how powerful the womb is. And they suppress this knowledge, and it's hidden within secret societies because they don't want you to know how powerful women truly are. Women are very powerful. You see, women are more, they protect the spiritual side of man, while the man protects the woman physically. You see, the man he represents physicality. The woman represents spirituality, spirit and matter, light and dark. That's what it represents. And the woman holds a portal. So once you ejaculate into a woman, this now creates a portal within the astral plane. Now, what did I say? What sex is? It's a ritual. Remember that there are higher astral planes, there are middle planes, and there are lower planes. Rituals are either summoning the higher astral plane or the lower astral plane or the middle. So when you do this ritual, sex is a ritual, you are either summoning higher beings or lower beings, depending on the type of depending how you do the ritual. If you do sex and engage in low vibrational sex, based on lust, based on desire, based on no true feelings, there's no passion in the sex, there's no feelings between you two, you are engaging in low vibrational sex for your own pleasure. But remember, you can't fake in the astral plane. The astral plane works on vibration. The physical plane, you can fake it. But if I could see you in the astral plane, I could see you for your raw form. I would see your vibration. I would see your mind manifesting the way you think. You see, so in the astral, you can't fake it. You are your raw form. You can see people's soul in the astral. You can see, because everything you think is manifested into the astral. And the way you think is affecting your astral body. So in the astral, most people are walking around as demons because they're that negative. Their mind spaces are so negative, and they're literally demons. Their souls are dark, are so dark, they're not light. So, anyways, the way I was getting on is that when you perform sex, you need to do it properly, or else you will incarnate a low vibrational soul into your child, a sun. The sun in the sky represents the soul. You're bringing a soul into the physical plane. That's what you're doing when you have sex, when you impregnate a woman. Now, you can do this consciously. You can soul invoke ritual. It's called the soul invoking ritual. I'm talking about it in the new book, Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. It'll be ready for you guys very soon. You'll have early access to it if you're inside the university. So, when you have sex and you're engaging in low vibrational sex, the vibration is so low in the astral, you're manifesting lower astral entities. And when you open that portal in the lower astral, you're going to get a lower astral soul into the woman. Okay? So this is why you need to make sure that you are doing it properly. And when you have a child, you want to make sure that you perform the ritual properly in a high vibrational state. Because remember, everything you do is in the astral, as above, so below. So to ensure this process attracts the right high vibrational soul, you need to create the environment. So first, you need to purify the space by banishing negative energy through the use of burning herbs such as sage, rosemary, or bay leaves. Ancients used to do this. We still do this today. Burning these, because remember, everything has an astral body. Everything you see has an astral form. So when you use, the ancients knew the qualities and the different meanings of different leaves. So they'd use these leaves to burn, to clear and banish negative energy in the astral around them. So you use them, you burn the area, and you cleanse the area. And then before engaging in the sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on raising their energy and the frequency of the surroundings and themselves. This is achieved by chanting high vibrational words of light, setting positivity, loving intention. Both partners need to align their intent with love, light, and high vibrational emotions. During the sexual act, maintain deep sense of love and passion to enhance the ritual's effectiveness. By focusing on high vibrational energies, the couples can invoke higher astral entities and create a favorable environment for the conception of a soul that resonates with these frequencies. By carefully preparing the space and aligning their intentions, the couple can potentially influence the type of soul that enters the physical plane, the world. You must do this. You must be very, very careful. I mean, you're going to love your child either way. Don't get me wrong, but this is, if you're going to have a child, do this. I'm not going to say you're incarnating a demon into your world, but if you don't do this, but I'm just trying to raise awareness. I'm just trying to give you this stuff and aware you on these topics. Or you could even do a manifestation ritual with sex. Sex is very, very powerful. The energy is very high. The frequency is very high of sex. So obviously, begin by purifying the area again. Before engaging in sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on elevating the energy and frequency of the surroundings. And then, once you do this, you both need to set the intent of what you want to manifest. As sexual energy is very, very potent, and it provides strong foundation for manifesting intentions. And during sex, the woman's subconscious is wide open. Okay. Because she represents the subconscious mind. It's the feminine aspect of the mind. and he represents the conscious mind. And during sex, the woman is submissing to the man. So her subconscious is wide open. So when you think and feel during this sexual intercourse, you are rapidly reprogramming the subconscious mind by, vividly imagining and emotionally experiencing the desired reality that you want during the sex. And this is how you can rapidly reprogram your subconscious. And this will bring something into existence. It can have very powerful effects. See, magic is all about influencing, the astral, or influencing the subconscious, or influencing magnetism. Magic is magnetism. So that's essentially what you could do. So you could take a screenshot of this and do that. So the woman in the womb is the woman takes the energies of the 12 celestial constellations and takes this energy, harvests this energy, and manifests the baby inside of the womb. The womb is a magnetic womb. She represents magnetism. The woman represents magnetism, the subconscious, and the moon, and emotion and water, all the feminine aspects of creation. So, what are you made out of? You're made in water. Water is very powerful as well. They don't tell you about what water truly is. Water is very, very powerful. Water is conscious. Water is intelligence. All of the elements are intelligent. All of the elements are etheric. They're ethereal beings. They're ethereal spirits. And so essentially, you're being created from the 12 constellations and the 7 planets. That's why your body is ruled by the 12 constellations, because your body is created by the 12 constellations. And you are created out of 12 cell salts for the 12 constellations. And you are, in fact, mineral deficient in at least 3 of these cell salts or constellations, because you are in the womb for 9 moons. You're in the womb for 9 moons. The moon is the womb. Okay? The moon represents the womb. Your soul comes through the astral, through the moon, and into the woman. That's the portal. The moon is the portal. The moon is heavily connected with the astral plane. So that's why they say there's souls in the moon and it collects souls, because it technically does. It's connected to the astral. So what's happening when you are born? You're born in 9 moons, okay, because the woman's directly connected with the cycle of the moon. That's why she has a menstrual cycle every moon. Every 28 days, the 28 days of the cycle of the moon, she'll have an egg, because fertility is directly connected with the moon and the cycles of the moon. So you're in for 9 moons, and you are mineral deficient in at least 3 of these constellations. So definitely need to find out what constellations you don't have in your chart, and you need to make sure that you're getting them cell salts into your body, or else this can manifest into something. But as long as you're obviously healthy, you should be fine. But this, if you want to take your health to the next level, this is called medical astrology. This is famous in like Chinese astrology as well, Chinese medicine and stuff like that. So yeah, tantric sex. This is where you do not release your fluids. You shouldn't be releasing your sexual fluids, people. You should not be doing it. This is very, very powerful. And in fact, semen is the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. It has high amounts of etheric energy. When you release, you feel like you feel dead. You feel like the soul's been sucked out of you. You feel like there's nothing in you. You feel so depleted when you release your fluids, because it's so powerful. It has so much life force, so much etheric energy, so much astral energy, so much minerals. See, this is why so many people are mineral deficient. They may be eating everything they can, like They're really healthy. But if you're releasing every day, that's where all your minerals are. Think about it. That fluid can create a whole other human being. That fluid has all the essential minerals in your body, and it's put into another human being to create another human being. So when you keep it inside of your body, you first of all you get an increase of energy. Second, you stop lusting once you stop touching yourself all the time, and your the body recycles these minerals. It absorbs the minerals in the semen and uses it for itself. This is how sacred. So yes, it's considered the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. So when you have sex, you need to have. There is a way you can have internal orgasms, which can activate the kundalini. This is now a very very hard practice. It's called tantric sex, and it's very powerful. It can activate the kundalini. You can use this for spiritual awareness and more, gaining more spiritual enlightenment by doing this. And basically, what you're trying to do is not release the fluids. So you're edging, not release, but internalize the orgasm, and you can shoot the semen up the spine. And this is another way you can raise the chrism to the brain and activate the pineal gland and 100% of your brain cells. So this is another way. You will have to do a bit of research on that. But I've done a little bit of research, but I don't know the full practices and stuff like that. But it's definitely a true thing. All of this is very, very powerful. Sex is very, very powerful. So be careful who you have sex with. Only have sex with people who you think you're going to have a future with, because you're going to have an astral contract with that person. There are ways to banish them through, magic rituals and stuff like that. But I don't know that. I'll do some research and have a look into that for you people, because I'm sure there is some people who can feel they have attachments to people. And that is partly because of the heart. The heart never forgets things. The heart's deeply connected to the subconscious. So, yes, I hope you all enjoyed this. And Book of Wisdom Volume 2 will be ready soon for you people. You will all get a PDF for free if you are inside the Ethereal University. Just want to say thank you all for the amazing support. There's lots and lots of content coming soon. Cosmology, numerology, that will be coming soon as well. And yeah, hopefully the Book of Wisdom will be ready for the end of the month, and you'll all have over 200 pages to be reading on new topics, new occultism, new symbolism, and life-changing knowledge. Thank you all, people. Please feel free to leave a comment underneath this video. Let me know some video ideas. And yeah, we're doing live calls now every Saturday. Every single Saturday. I release like the time on the Friday, what time I'll be doing it. And there'll be live calls. Join me, ask me questions. I'll be doing a lecture, and then at the end you can ask me questions and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you all, people. Spirit and matter. So essentially what we're looking at is mind creating spirit and matter. The universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. What spirit is the energy, and basically the energy of mind, of the thinking mind. Spirit and matter are polar opposites. They are two vibrational states of the one substance, which is mind. Mind creates matter, mind creates spirit. Mind is the ultimate source of the universe. Man is made in the image of both the divine and physical. He is spiritual, he is physical. Everything is spiritual and physical. Everything physical has a spiritual, life-giving essence to it. Behind your body is the spirit. Without the spirit, you would be a dead meat sack. You wouldn't be able to move. Behind the animal is the spirit, the all life-giving force coming from the divine mind. Now, man is made in the image of both matter and spirit combined. Spirit is infused with matter. Like all things, however, man has the mind to be conscious of the spirit that dwells within. Animals cannot do this. Animals are purely stuck to their animal instinct. They are not self-aware of the spirit within them. They are only aware of the internet of their aware. They are only aware of their immediate environment, their physical reality. The animal. This is why animals symbolize our lower nature. But we have a heel, hell, physical. We have a head in the heavens where the spirit is. We can raise our consciousness above the animal self to the spirit, to the divine. Now, matter is a way of thinking, so is spirit. If you have a very low vibrational consciousness, your mind is directed to the lower aspects of consciousness, sex, lust, power, money, fame. This is all matter. This is a materialistic way of thinking. You must tune your mind to the higher aspects of consciousness. Tune your mind to spirit. There are two ways of thinking. Now, you are both of them combined. You need to find balance between them. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting, man being both spirit and matter. The circle is eternal, beginning no ends. The square is limited, beginning and end. The body is in the square because the body is limited. The body is not eternal. It's mortal. The circle has no beginning, no end. It is immortal. The spirit is raised above the square, representing spirit over matter, the spirit controlling the matter, spirit controlling the body. We don't want the body controlling the spirit, the body controlling the mind. That's the lower mind. That's 666. This is the Freemasonic square and compass. We have the compass for the circle and the square for the square, which is matter. Spirit and matter combined with the G, the generative principle, or God, or geometry. Also, Leonardo da Vinci depicting the eye of Ra, the eye of Horus, the small pupil, because when you're in light, when you're in a very light environment, your pupils go small. This is the physical eye of man, the conscious mind, the physical eyes. Then you have the inner eye, the spiritual eye that sees in the darkness, that gives perception. That's the large pupil, because when you're in darkness, the pupils go large. You have the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra. You have the physical eyes that you look with, and you have the inner eye that gives you perception. You have black and white. Black represents matter, white represents spirit. Spirit and matter intertwined with one. This is the Masonic checkerboard. The earth is not just a rock. It's not a rock. It has spirit within it. The tree is not wood. It has spirit within it, which is the life-giving force. The life essence is the spirit. The earth has spirit. You have spirit. Everything has spirit. But you have the ability to be conscious of the spirit within and raise your consciousness to the spirit. And that's exactly what the Sumerians is showing you here, with the animal, the ground animal, stepping upwards to the flying bird, the elevated bird, to the spirit. And that's what the Anunnaki is. Anu is the supreme god of the sky. The sky is spirit. The stars is spirit. And earth is matter. That's why Anu has a wife called Kai. The word Kai means earth. It's another word for earth. So Anu, the supreme god of the sky, who is a Sumerian living essence of the heavens, representing the vast and infinity of the sky. His divine counterpart, Kai, the goddess of the earth. Together, they gave birth to the Anunnaki. This is a symbolic story. Everything we see from the past, from the Bible, the ancient text of India, from the ancient Sumerian texts, this is all symbolic for you. The Anunnaki is you. You are Anu and Ki, spirit and matter infused. You are the Anunnaki. You are the heavens. You are the earth together. Okay, that is exactly what we're looking at here. All of these texts are encoded, talking about you. It's never about history. None of these things were right in history. The Bible was not history. The Sumerian texts weren't history. Anunnaki were not history. This is all symbolic for you and your consciousness, your spirit and your matter. the indwelling spirit in your physical body. The Holy Spirit, the white dove, white represents spirit. The pine cone, this is the Anunnaki god, the pine cone in the Vatican. This is the head, this is the dome, this is the pine cone, the receiver of consciousness, the receiver of spirit. You see the spirit, you see the pine cone on the Pope's staff. This is crucifixion. What does this symbolize? You must crucify yourself, crucify your body to the spirit through the pineal gland. Pine is pine cone, pine, pineal, etymological connected. You have the Freemasonic square and compass. Now, notice something. You have the square on top of the compass. This represents the beginning of the Mason's journey, the beginning of someone's journey on their spiritual evolution, of their spiritual awakening. This is what we're seeing here. We're seeing spirit underneath matter, matter over spirit. Now, this one is the compass on top, which represents spirit over matter. This is the triumph. This is the ultimate state of consciousness when one has gained spirit over matter. Now, we also see other symbolism of Freemasons depicting one leg on top of the other, which represents balance over spirit, well, balance of spirit and matter. All of this will be available in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is the next revolution of human consciousness. I cannot explain the amount of hours and work and research that has gone into this masterpiece. I'm not even going to call it a masterpiece. That is up to you whether you think it is a masterpiece. But I have put my heart and soul into this book. The amount of knowledge, over 230 pages of pure esoteric and occult knowledge that will blow your mind, that will make you feel so connected to the universe, because you're going to understand everything once this book is released. October the 8th is when you can get your copy. And if you are inside of the Etherial University, then this book will be free for you. You'll get this book for free if you're inside my university. So I hope you all gained a great insight from this video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Hello, and welcome to another lecture of the Etherial University, the real university. You should be happy that you are here. You are in the only place in the world where you can find exclusive content from me myself for free thinkers and connecting with people who are like-minded and understand and know there is a deeper aspect to life and this reality. And this video, this lecture that I'm going to be talking about today is the meaning of life. What is the meaning of all of this? Because essentially, I've philosophized that nothing should truly exist. Nothing should exist. The fact that something does exist means it's an intelligent design, and something has created this. So the meaning of life, when I look at the meaning of life, I look at things that are impossible not to do. What is impossible not to do in your life? It is impossible for you not to create. It is impossible. You are creating and manifesting every second, every millisecond of the day. You are creating. The consciousness that you possess is a creating consciousness. And when we have creation minimal in our lives, we fall into mental illnesses. Well, I don't say they're mental illnesses, but we get things labeled as depression, anxiety, and all of these other things. We have to create. As a human being, it is in our nature for every living species to create in some sort of way. We are always creating every second of the day. The mind is infinite potential. The mind cannot be filled. The mind cannot be full. You can't fill the mind. You could know everything about the universe and every little secret, yet your mind would not be full. It is infinite potential. Every thought you think has potential to become true. Anything you think in your mind is true in your mind. There is nothing that you cannot think about. You see the power of the mind now? Now that you understand it is an infinite potential. So when I say the mind is the universe is a giant mind, and we are all expressions of this mind. And when they say the universe is always expanding, it's the mind expanding into new information. The universe is mind, and the mind is always expanding. So creating is something that you cannot ignore. So you have to create something in your life. You have to create, you have to manifest, or else you will fall into some sort of mental problem. Learning is another one that is, it is impossible not to learn. Learning is is the expansion of the universe. It's the expansion of mind. And every person you meet is a product of their mind. Where you are in life right now, whether you are very ahead, and I'm supposedly going to say, if you are joining this university, you are doing something right because it's not on the cheaper side to join this university. So, wherever you are in life is a direct manifestation of every thought that you have thought in the past. Where you are right now is a product of all of the thoughts collectively. And all of them thoughts collectively has led you to this point where you are right now. So what does this tell you? Your life is a product of thought. Your life is a product of mind. Everything you see in your life is a product of your mind, was manifested from your mind, from thought alone. Okay? So that's a very important thing to understand. And you can never learn enough. The more you figure out, the more you realize you know nothing. And I say that I know absolutely nothing. The more you find out, the more doors that are open within the universe. The universe is an amazing place. You should appreciate being alive. You should appreciate the most that you are using the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth, which is the human body. It's so advanced. It's a piece of organic technology. It's so advanced. All of the systems are working together. We cannot replicate the human body. We can make rockets, we can make planes. You cannot replicate the human body. It is so advanced. It's so advanced. Limitation. This is a very important one. Physical reality limits our mind. Mind is infinite, like I explained earlier, and everything in the mind can happen in the mind. There is no limitation. When you are in the astral plane, there is no limitation. Depending where you are projecting yourself in and what realm you're projecting yourself into, there is no limitation. You can create worlds, and you do create worlds when you sleep. When you dream, you are creating your own world. When you are sleeping and dreaming, you are in fact creating a whole reality from your subconscious mind. And every character you see in your dream is an aspect of your mind. Did you know that? That when you are dreaming, there are hidden messages within your dreams because it's your subconscious mind coming to reality and showing you codes, showing you messages about your mind. So when the mind incarnates physically into a physical reality, there is limitation now pressed upon it. It's hexed. That's why I say you're hexed. You know, you're in the hex of Saturn. Saturn is the cube. Saturn's pretty much the computer running this world, based off my research anyway. And Well, it's time. Saturn is time. So you are limited by time. You have a set time here, and you are limited by physical matter. And when you are in physical reality, you are limited from the things that you learn here. You are a product of your mind's information that you gather. If you gather the deepest and secret knowledge, then your life has less limitations than the one who is programmed, who has a programmed mind. And you are learning the limitations of the mind, you are learning the limitations of physical reality. When you are in the astral plane or the imagination plane, whatever you want to call it, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You want an apple, you click it, you think it, and it's there. That screen in your mind is the astral plane where you can imagine things. You can pull things up on that screen right now, and it will be there. However, in a physical reality, you now have to give energy and discipline. You learn discipline, you learn to give energy to manifest it into a physical reality. To manifest something into a physical reality is a lot harder than manifesting into imaginary plane in the astral plane. So we come here to learn discipline and limitation and to find out how we function in a three-dimensional world of matter. Because essentially you were astral before you came here. And here's another one. Nature shows us truth. Open your eyes. You have day and the night. You have the sun, the conscious, the electric, boom, power, the sun, living. You have the moon. You have subconscious, the hidden one, the astral. So the sun represents physical reality. The moon represents astral reality. As above, so below. So what is this telling us? Well, the physical world is telling us that there's cycles in this world. You have the good and the bad, and they are cycles. And the beginning of one cycle is the end of another cycle. And the end of another cycle is just a new beginning. Everything is eternal. Your body is not eternal, but your mind is eternal. You have the cycle of the four seasons. Like I said, everything begins and ends, but the ending is just a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of the universe symbolized by the Ouroboros. This symbol has been used for thousands of years, depicting the end is a new beginning. When you leave the physical reality, you are now reborn in the astral reality. Have you ever died in a dream? I've died in a dream. In fact, this was the other day. I got killed in my dream, and I woke up in another dream, in another reality. And I knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as I woke up, I just knew, like, I'm in another body now. You are eternal. You are a multi-dimensional being. And until you gain access to these higher planes, people, you will realize how powerful we all truly are. We are all multi-dimensional beings, and we all have immense power when we figure out how to use these minds of ours. These minds are very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. So this is a new page from the new book, the Volume 2 Book of Wisdom. We also come here for growth and expansion, like I said earlier, the expansion of the universe. The scientists, these paid scientists that, are paid to lie to you, they say the universe is always expanding. Oh, yes, it's mind. Mind is always expanding. Mind is always figuring out new information. The mind can never be full. It's always expanding. And the mind is the infinite potential. The mind is the universe. It's every substance you see around you is a product of mind. The squirrel, the dog, you, your mother, your family. It's all mind. All product. They all possess mind. They all share mind, and this mental plane is shared. And your reality is a product of thought, And this physical reality on a macro scale is a product of God's thought. Now, when I say we are God, we are a microcosm of God. God is within us. Now, I'm not saying that we are the creator of this reality. We did not design the human body. God did. We did not design the functions of the heavens, the order of the heavens, and how the sun rotates around the earth. How it does that, I really do not know. The heavens and the sun and how they move is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. How does the sun truly move? How does it never run out of energy? How does it move? How does the stars move? What's moving it? What's the force behind it? Who is it obeying? It's technology. The sun is the most advanced technology ever, but that's of a whole nother video I can go over. But I'm not saying I am the one. You are the one who created this reality, who designed the human body and designed everything in this world. I'm saying that you can connect to the source within yourself. The source of life, the source of the universe is inside of you. And you can connect with it. And you are using that power of the source of the universe to create life, to manifest your will in this physical reality. That is the mind. The mind is God. So you have the day and the night, you have the left and the right. Everything is dual in this world. We learn duality, we learn the good and evil. And that's why I say the body, while the central nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because the tree of knowledge of good and evil is this electrical nervous system you are experiencing this reality from. The central nervous system is giving you the knowledge of duality, of good and evil in this physical dual world. Your consciousness is experiencing the central nervous system. Without the nervous system, you cannot function in this world. You need it. This is why it's sacred. It's the tree within the Garden of Eden. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please contact me if you wish, for any lectures on anything you want. Give me a message. I'll create a lecture for you. And yeah, have an amazing day, people. Hello, people. Welcome back to Etherial University. Today we're going to be talking about meditation and opening up new aspects of our consciousness. Now, when it comes to meditation, the whole aim of meditation is to connect with the pure self and remove thought. If you are thinking, you are not meditating. This is a different type of meditation. So this meditation we're going to be talking about is connecting with higher consciousness and opening up new aspects of our consciousness and opening up our mind and entering in the mind. Because that is essentially what we are doing when you are meditating. You're turning your mind inward to focus on itself. Because when we focus on external things, where attention goes, energy flows. So when you are constantly, as we are going through our day, giving tasks attention, this is giving it energy. So when we shut the eyes and our mind is turned inward on itself, we retain our energy. We are retaining our energy, our vibration, and our etheric bodies and our electromagnetic aura is all focused on the self, and we are no longer giving energy. So that is another reason of meditation, of restoring energy. That is another form of meditation. But this meditation we're going to be talking about today is connecting with pure consciousness and removing all of the false self. Okay, so what you have here is consciousness. This is the eye, the all-seeing eye of consciousness. This is the real you. This is the symbol of you, the symbol of the observer. Okay, so this is consciousness. And inside of consciousness, we have mind, we have emotion, we have thought, and memory. So thought kind of comes under mind, and so does memory. Memory comes under mind. So mainly, you have two aspects of consciousness, mind and emotions. You have a thinking part of your consciousness, which is your mind. You have a feeling part of your consciousness, which is your emotions. You have a memory aspect of your consciousness. All of these things here exist metaphysically. These things are not physical. You do not think with your brain. You do not feel emotions with your brain. You do not see memories. You do not visualize memories with your brain. Your brain is a computer. It has no capacity of seeing metaphysical things. It is the consciousness that has the ability to project the screen in your mind, which is your imagination. Imagination is a form of memory. Imagination is another form of your consciousness. I forgot to add that. So, all of these things exist in consciousness, not the brain or the body. The body is matter. The mind, consciousness is spirit, unseen. You can't place your finger on these things because they don't exist physically. You don't exist physically. Okay, so essentially, who you think you are, who you think I am, who I think I am, well, I used to, is that I thought I was my body. I thought I was my name. I thought I was my job. Most people identify themselves with this. They say, my name's Harry. I work in a warehouse and my family's this and my reputation, my issues, my bills, my worries. You identify yourself with this, but this is not you. And this is what is stopping your evolution and spiritual growth. This is what's stopping you from advancing mentally and expanding your consciousness. You can't expand your consciousness if you are identifying yourself with these material based things because they are not truly you. You existed before this body. You existed before the job. You existed before this physical avatar. Your body is just an avatar. It's a character you're playing in this world. You are the consciousness, the invisible, all seeing eye, the invisible consciousness controlling this body. This body follows consciousness. The commands come from consciousness, the pure cause. So essentially, you have pure consciousness, which is you, the real you, the pure awareness, pure cause. And then this consciousness has now latched itself onto, well, your mind, the thinking aspect of your consciousness, has latched onto this character of your name, your job, your family, your experiences, your worries, your issues, your bills, your reputation. And it also has an emotional bondage to money, family, worries. It has all of these bondages. Your consciousness is bonded through mind, thought, and emotion. Now, this is why you have to reverse this now. You need to find your back way up to source, which is pure consciousness, pure cause. Now, what do I mean when I say pure cause? And you'll understand this later, because consciousness is cause, matter is effect. This world you're in is the world of effect. Everything you see is already manifested. It's an effect of consciousness. So essentially, you can't expand your consciousness to be, let's say, astral projection. Maybe this is stopping you from astral projecting, is because you have so many emotional and thought bondages. Your subconscious mind is latched onto this character you're playing. And you can't go into these higher realms of consciousness. You can't expand your mind if your mind is stuck in a three-dimensional way of thinking. So, like I say again, you have pure consciousness, you, the real you, with no programs, nothing. This consciousness is unconditioned. And then through life, you have conditioned this consciousness to believe your name, believe your job, identify with all of these things. And this is stopping you from growing. So what we need to do in meditation is to shut off and all of these bondages and unidentify yourself with these bondages. And the way the practice I do this is that I go through these one by one. First of all, before I meditate for 5 minutes, I will say, I'm here right now, nothing else matters. This brings your mind into the present moment. And when you say something for more than 90 seconds, your mind fully focuses on that thing. So keep repeating this for like 90 seconds or 5 minutes. I am here right now, nothing else matters. And while you do this, breathe in through the nose, breathe out through the mouth. Do this for 5 minutes and you'll feel a very nice calmness. Your mind will be in the present moment. You'll just be you, yourself, and your consciousness and your mind. Once you are there, you can then shut your eyes, or you can do it with your eyes shut. And then you now need to cast off all of these bondages one by one. If you're very advanced, if you have a very advanced imagination and mental capacity, you can imagine this. But if you don't have a very advanced imagination, try this first one. So the first one, if you don't have advanced imagination, is to just list them. Say, I am not my name. I throw it away. Picture yourself throwing it away. Or just say, I am not the name. I detach from that. Then detach from your job. Detach from your family. Detach from your experiences. Detach from your reputation of other people's thoughts. Detach from your bills, your money, your worries, your car, your house. Detach from your clothes. Detach from absolutely everything. Once you've named absolutely everything, you then need to detach from the body and say, I am not the body. I am more than my physical body. And once you've detached from this, you are left with the mind. You're left with the mind, the thought. Once you are detached from absolutely everything you can think of that you identify yourself with, which is not truly you, that is thought. Once you are left with the mind, you may have a few emotions you need to get rid of, like money, family, any emotional connections you have, detach from them, detach from absolutely everything. And once you are left with absolutely nothing, you're left with the mind, you're left with this thought. Thoughts will just keep popping in your head when you're trying to meditate. And over time, the more you try to meditate, the more you can control this. But thoughts will constantly pop in your head, random things. You'll think about a random thought will come in about some rubber gloves, and then another one will come in about your car. It'll be anything. Random thoughts will come in. Once you're left with this, you then need to detach from the language your mind is using. Yes, that's the one thing that is left. Your consciousness is latched onto English or whatever language you can speak. Your little voice in your head, your consciousness, is using a language, and you need to detach from that language. And once you have detached from that language, you're left with pure cause. It's a flame. This is why the ancients used a flame to symbolize consciousness, because it's a flame, it's an ever burning flame. Now, words can't describe what it is. You have to go there and find it yourself, because there's no words to describe something that it's not three-dimensional. So once you are left with this pure mind substance, pure consciousness substance, that's the only way I could describe it. That is the real you. That is pure awareness, pure consciousness, pure creative power, pure God, pure awareness, pure observing. This is the true essence of you. And you can only connect with this once your consciousness has casted off every single bondage. Because who you think you are is essentially a bunch of programs in your subconscious mind. Now, if you don't know anything about the subconscious, go and watch the Manifestation Mastery course. That tells you everything you need to know about the subconscious. But essentially, who you think you are is a bunch of programs. You've been programmed to think your name. You've been programmed about your family, programmed about your reputation, issues, worries. This is not you. You are consciousness. You are God. You are the God universal essence. You are the universe in the deepest aspects of yourself. Now, when I say you are God, I'm not talking about your body. I'm not talking about, this is why when people go crazy when I say you are God. because they don't understand that. They identify themselves with this name, their job, their worries, their cars and their family and their money. That's who they identify themselves. So they can't understand that. But when they detach from all of that, they're left with pure consciousness and they realize everyone is this pure consciousness. It's inside of me, it's inside of you, it's inside of the squirrel. And this is God's consciousness. Now, once thought has been removed, once activity, thought, and emotion has been removed, other aspects of your consciousness can start to open up. Now, what do I mean? All of your life, you've been thinking, you've been feeling. You've never had time to turn off the thinking mind and the activity of the mind of consciousness. Once this aspect of your consciousness is shut down, because thought is an aspect of your consciousness, it's the creative part of your consciousness. Once this aspect of yourself has shut down, it opens a door for new aspects of consciousness to come in. Okay? Because you don't think thoughts, you receive thoughts based on your mindset. That's what you set your mind to. So once you shut down thought and the mind aspect of your consciousness, there are new avenues of consciousness which start streaming in, new energy. Your mind opens up and you start to see different things. You may receive amazing pieces of information, downloads, what people call them, or you can have out of body experiences. You could have a mystical experience because when you meditate long enough and you enter that, you enter very, very deep into your mind, you no longer feel your body. And if you don't, if you never experience that, then listen to the gateway tapes in the meditation section of the university, because them gateway tapes will help you get out of your body. Guaranteed. They helped me. They're amazing, amazing tapes if you do them properly. But the best time to meditate, people, is in the daytime because you don't want to be too tired. Unless you have very good willpower, if you have a very powerful mind and you're very advanced mentally, and you can hold yourself and you have mental willpower, and you don't let yourself fall asleep, then do it at nighttime. But the best time to do astral projection or meditation or pure consciousness connection meditations is during the day because you won't fall asleep. And that is the key, balancing between that theta and awake, balancing in that theta brainwave state. Go into brainwaves on another lecture. So essentially, this is real you. You are nothing but everything. And now only people who have connected to consciousness can understand this. I can't teach you these things. These are things I can only point the way for you. You have to go and do this yourself. This is why Christians will forever say, they'll forever say that, you know, I'm satanic or Lucifer, because they've never entered their own mind. They've been so scared. They've been made to fear their own mind. The church will tell them not to meditate because it opens their mind to demons. It's absolutely ludicrous. The only demons are just negative aspects of your own mind that you haven't faced yet. And if you're scared of that's why they tell you to be scared of the dark, because they don't want you entering in yourself. Because the power is inside of you. The power of creation is inside of you. You can bring a non-physical thought into a physical, tangible reality. Do you know how powerful that is? Every single one of us can do this. You've been doing it your whole life. Before you kick a football, there's a thought, there's a decision made in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then your body brings it into fruition, into manifestation. So essentially, I'm getting a bit off topic here, is you are this invisible consciousness and you need to connect to it. So once the thoughts and the emotions are gone, other aspects of consciousness open up. This is the key. And when you dwell in this place of no thought, this is why Jesus says in Matthew, take no thought 5 times. He says this 5 times to turn off the 5 senses. You have 5 senses you must turn off. Okay. So Buddha, this is why he has a big belly. He wasn't overweight, is because it's symbolizing breath work. The breath work, proper breath work, breathing into the stomach, not just breathing into the lungs, but deep. When you breathe, you want to breathe it into your stomach. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. That's the proper way of breathing. And this is what it's actually symbolizing. So here's the Temple of Solomon. Jesus went into the temple of God. Okay. Matthew 21:12. Then Corinthians 3:16 says, "Do you not know that you are the temple of God?" So the temple Jesus is entering is himself. Jesus entered into the temple of God. He's entering within himself. He tells you, "Do you not know that you are the temple of God?" And then after he leaves the temple of God, he goes, "I tell you the truth, not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down." What is this telling you? It's telling you that the building is not the temple of God. It's telling you that physical buildings of worship are useless. They're insignificant. Why are they insignificant? Because they will fall down, they will perish. Nature will perish buildings over time. It does not matter. The true temple of God is inside of you. There is no building on the earth that is holy. You can't connect with God in any building. God is inside of you, and you can connect to him in your bedroom, anywhere in the world, anytime you want, without paying any cents to the church or any pounds to the church. God is inside of you. Jesus never told you to go into church. Jesus never told you this. In fact, Jesus told you to go inside of yourself. Jesus, Luke 6:6. When thou prayest, what's praying? It's praying is connecting to God, which is meditation, the true praying. When thou prayest, enter into thine inner chamber, and having shut thy door. That is straight up meditation. Without a doubt. Enter into the inner chamber. What's the inner chamber? Your mind, the inner self. Enter in your mind, turn your mind inward, and shut the door. Having shut thy door. What is the door? Shut off the outside world, shut off the data of the five senses, shut off the body, shut off thought, shut off emotion, shut off everything, and you are left with pure consciousness to connect with God. That is God. Connecting with yourself, connecting with the true source of you. The same spark inside of me, it's inside of you, it's inside of the dog. But the reasons why humans are so powerful is because humans have the ability to expand their consciousness to God and to understand the universe. Humans are made to understand very, very, very complex things. We have been given the tools to awaken to our divinity. No dog, no animal, no bird, no insect has that ability to wake up to their divinity. They have no self recognition. They can't look into the mirror and see themselves and reflect. They can't look in the mirror and say, "I need bigger muscles. I need to improve on this. I need to improve on that." Dogs look in the mirror and think nothing. They live on instinct. They live on physical. That is it. They live purely based off instinct and purely based for survival. Humans, however, we can surpass this survival state and rise our consciousness to higher levels of consciousness beyond our survival state. This is why humans are made in the image of God, because we possess spirit and matter. We are Anu and Ki. Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. Anu above, Ki is below. You are heaven and earth together. You are spirit and matter together. Everything is spirit and matter together, but you possess the consciousness to recognize this, which is unlike any other animal. Humans can build very, very complex things. Yes, don't get me wrong. A spider, very, very intelligent. Animals, very, very intelligent. They can manipulate, they can create very powerful and very complex things that maybe humans can't create, like a spider, for example. We can't create spider webs. It's impossible for us to replicate that substance, but spiders can. However, they can only create based on survival needs. They use their creational power just for survival. Humans can go and create anything we wish. The earth is the playground. And we've been given the tools to awaken to our divinity, to find out, to connect with God, to see what God is. And everything in this matrix is to suppress this, is to keep your mind so entertained that you will never figure out what you are, where you are, and how powerful you truly are. You are God made flesh. You are Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus Christ represents a high state of consciousness that everyone can reach. Jesus said in the Bible, everything I can do, you can do better. Jesus never said to pray him, to worship him. He says, I and the Father are one. The I am within you and the Father, God, are one. You and God are one. You see, so everything in the Bible is talking about you, how you level up your consciousness. Luke 11:5-2, Jesus says, for you have taken away the key of knowledge you did not enter in yourself. Then he says in Luke 21:12, the kingdom of God is within you. 17:21. The kingdom of God is within you. So why are we praying to people in the sky? There's no sky daddy going to save you. This is all inside. You must turn off the mind, turn off the emotions, turn off the senses, take no thought 5 times. You must do this to connect with God, opening up your consciousness. Okay? This is how we escape. This is how you get rid of it. Depression doesn't exist. Depression, anxiety, it doesn't exist if you turn off the mind. That's the most powerful thing. If you turn off thought, you can't be depressed because there's no thought, there's no emotion. And this is the key. Now, you might not do this the first time. It's going to take weeks. It's like learning how to type quickly on a keyboard, learning how to play football. You have to keep doing, showing discipline and consistency. Over time, you will start to take control of your thought. And once you can shut off that mind of yours, if you do this for long enough, you'll gain such a strong mind that nothing external can bother you. Nothing external can influence your internal state. And that's where the power is, controlling the mind, controlling the emotions. And once you gain control over the mind and over full aspects of your body and consciousness, you're no longer being controlled by your emotional urges. You're no longer being controlled by the 5 senses for food, for sex, for lust, for anything that is low level pleasure. Once you have full control over your consciousness and your body, you then retain all of this energy, which you can manifest and place into other aspects of your life to accelerate that aspect of your life. This is why occultism is so powerful. This is why we're not taught this. Because once you stop wasting your creative power on sex, on watching dirty websites, on overeating, on dopamine, TikTok, and Instagram, once you retain yourself from all of these things, you're then left with all of this powerful creative energy and this mental energy, mental capacity to accelerate and charge into aspects of your life to grow and become successful and to become a person, to become a powerful person. This is why we're not taught this, because if we were all taught spirituality, mentality, and we all refrained ourselves from these negative low level pleasures, which are made popular in today's society, we would have a complete different world. the world would be great. Everyone would be on a path of self-mastery. And this is the whole point of occultism. It's all good knowing about this stuff, but if you're not applying it into your life, then you won't get anywhere. You have to gain control over your mind, over your emotions, over your body, over your senses. And once you do, you then have full control and what's the word? Full potential. You then have full everything, which you then can place your attention on exactly what you want. And that's the power of self-mastery. And it all starts with meditation. Meditation is the gateway to controlling your mind. It is the practice of controlling every aspect of your life. Once you do this every single day without any excuses, you turn up every single day for at least half an hour to 45 minutes. You shut off the thought, you shut off the emotions, you shut off the five senses. You have over time, you'll gain full control of your mind, full control. And once you have full control of your mind, that's when you have power. That's when you gain the power. No one can stop you once you have full control of your mind. And this is what they've done. They've externalized the devil. They've externalized Satan, saying the devil's tempting you. No, it's the lower aspect of your mind seeking low-level pleasures. That is Satan. Satan is an aspect of your mind. It's a psychological myth. It's a psychological allegory about you and your psychology and your mental space. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Meditate every single day. I don't care if you can't do it the first week or 2 months. You turn up every single day. You discipline yourself to sit in peace and quietness and take control and learn how to control your consciousness and control your body and turn off everything and detach from everything. Once you detach from everything, you know who you are. You will receive information. You will receive guidance. You will receive all of these things because you will expand your consciousness. Thank you all, people. Let me know for any lecture. What's the word for it? Let me know if you have any lecture ideas. Just comment below this and I'll try and create it for you. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about dopamine and how dopamine is ruining your life and what it is and how it's triggered. So first of all, everything in this matrix that we live in, everything in this system is specifically designed to trigger your dopamine. Now, the people who are running this matrix understand the human body, they understand the mind, they understand how your body functions on the deepest levels. So these phones, these apps, everything you can see in this matrix was designed by very, very, very intelligent, illuminated people who understand how these functions work within the brain. And they are using this against you, okay, to keep you a slave to the system. So what you must understand that there are 3 major glands in the brain. You have the thalamus, the pineal, and the pituitary gland. The pineal represents the masculine. The pituitary represents the female, the sun and the moon. Now, the pineal gland is an organ situated inside of the brain that secretes melatonin, serotonin, and dimethyltryptamine. So essentially, and the hypothalamus, or the thalamus, is what releases dopamine. Okay, so dopamine is produced in the brain, and it is basically the body's reward system. And the matrix, or everything you see around you, is designed to trigger and overstimulate your dopamine and trigger your body's reward system. Okay. So dopamine triggers the brain's reward system. So starting with your phone is the biggest dopamine hitter ever. And it is basically the enslavement of your mind. You see, your phone is a digital footprint of your mind. That's why it's called an iPhone. The I is the inner I within you, your consciousness, your mind. And that mind of yours is now being digitally tracked. Of every thought you think, you're manifesting into that phone. Okay. And it's tracking your mind. And this is how AI has been created. They did not create AI. AI is an artificial intelligence created by us because we have fed our minds into these digital phones, which has recorded how our minds work, which has then they have put together to create algorithms to create an artificial consciousness, which is AI. Anyways, that's another video that we can go into. Your phone is a destroying you. It's actually destroying your mental health. So you have notifications, all of the apps, all of the notifications, there's so much going on. There's so many bright colors on the screen. The brightness is very high. There's blue light coming off it. You have thousands of different apps, thousands of different notifications coming through. All of these notifications are making you feel on a subconscious level that you are needed. Okay. And it releases dopamine within your brain. That's why these phones are so addictive, because they are triggering your brain's reward system, and your body thinks that you are doing something good. And this dopamine within you it makes you feel really good. Okay. Likes on your post, on your Instagram post, every time you get a like, every time you like a post, every time you hear music, is releasing dopamine within your brain. Information, so every reel that you are scrolling is releasing dopamine. And this is why a lot of people are getting depressed. It's because their dopamine is so high that when they get off their phone, they can't enjoy their life because their phone is giving them rewards of doing nothing, of sitting there on your phone, is giving your brain rewards, and it's tricking your body and mind that you are doing something good. Okay? Talking about your dreams. So let's say you want to become a millionaire, and I go to my friends and go tell them all, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that to become a millionaire. That actually releases dopamine in your brain when you're telling people this. This is why you feel so good when you're talking about yourself. Try and always put the focus on other people. That's another social tip, actually. When you are talking to people, the secret to communication is to get them talk about themselves, because it releases dopamine in their brain. And this way, by getting people to talk about themselves, it's a great way to open up with people and gain connections and gain great communication skills. Because people have never-ending words talking about themselves. So never talk about your dreams to people. Never talk about what you're going to do or what you want to do, because this will release dopamine in your brain, telling you that you have already achieved this goal when you haven't even got it. So what it's actually doing, it's tricking your brain, thinking that you've already got the dream, the £1,000,000, and you're less likely to go and get it after that because your brain already thinks it's got it. And your subconscious mind takes every word you think, every word you say, literally. It takes everything you say like as truth. Okay. It's very important so that you don't, talk about your dreams to people. Sugar is a drug. Did you know if sugar uh, was illegal, it'd be a class A drug. It would be a class A drug. It's so addictive. It activates the brain's reward system, dopamine. That's why it's so addictive. Because every time you eat this poison, it is fruit sugar is not poison. That's very good. It has fructose, and your body runs off the energy of fructose. However, this sugar, this artificial sugar, is destroying you because it's making you feel like you're doing something good. And that's why it feels so amazing. That's why it's so addictive. That's why sweets and chocolate are so addictive because there's so much sugar in this stuff. It's activating the brain's reward system, making you become addicted. Masturbation is the worst one ever. So look at the matrix from my point of view now. You have sugar in every piece of food. You have free websites for porn to see any woman or male that you want to see. You know, you could see the most, stunning girl on there at the click of your fingers. You can get that for free. Okay? So when something is free, you are the product. You have to understand that. You are the product. What are they gaining out of you if they are giving something for free? First of all, they're gaining your information, your IP address and stuff like that, and they're getting you weak because releasing dopamine, orgasms are the best feeling a human can feel, or any living being can feel. An orgasm is the best feel. There's nothing that can top an orgasm unless you're taking synthetic drugs like heroin or something like that. But orgasms are the best natural way to get the most amount of dopamine in your brain, in your body. That's why it feels so good when you orgasm. So if you are doing this on a daily basis, it releases so much dopamine in your brain, and I mean like so much. How can you enjoy little things in life? This is why a lot of people are so careless because they're scrolling their minds away silly on their phone, which is releasing dopamine. Then they go and eat some sugar, which is more dopamine. Then at nighttime, they're logging onto porn and getting a load of more dopamine. You see, everything is triggering the brain's reward system in this matrix, and it's keeping you lazy. It keeps you lazy. When your bodies feel like it's doing something good, but the eating and masturbation, it's destroying your motivation. You can't function in a world. You can't do it. Okay? How can you enjoy life and little things? Like I don't know an example. For example, just in nature. If you're walking through a woods, how are you going to enjoy that when at the tip of your fingers you're going to go home and destroy yourself silly on these dirty websites, getting the most amount of dopamine ever? This is why it's so sacred. Sacred. We should not be releasing. You should never be releasing unless you're creating a baby. And that is that simple. And to anyone who says that is unhealthy, they are wrong. You should not release. That fluid inside of you can create a whole other human being. Think of how powerful that is. That little fluid of that inside of you it carries every single mineral, every single vitamin to create a whole new human being. And you're just going to go waste it. And that's why it feels so good when you get rid of it. But it's actually killing a part of you every time you get rid of it. Because when that fluid is inside of you, instead of wasting it outside of you, that sacred body's fluid is actually vitalizing all of your cells and nourishing your body. Okay, so you have to get into retention. It's the best way you can gain power and gain confidence and gain your life spark again. Because it's killing you people. It's killing you people. Everything, like I said, everything in this matrix is designed for dopamine. It's all triggering the brain's reward system. So it keeps you lazy and on your ass scrolling on your phone. So we'd have to do dopamine detoxes, a phone detox, caffeine detox. Caffeine releases dopamine in the brain. Another one, everyone drinks caffeine. So they wake up, they drink caffeine, dopamine. Then they have sugar in there, which is more dopamine. Then they scroll on the phone, which is more dopamine. They watch the TV, it's more dopamine. Everything's dopamine. And I mean everything in this matrix. You can't enjoy the little things. Okay? Exercise. So instead of doing these things, instead of having all this dopamine, you need to go on a detox. Okay, you want to exercise. This is natural dopamine. You want to activate the brain's reward system when you have earned it by running or not eating all day, then eating at the end of the day. This is natural dopamine. If you're eating all day, then you have no drive, you have no motivation. This is why I keep myself hungry whilst I work through the day, because it gives me that drive. Okay? Meditate, drink natural water, goal setting. This is the most important. It gives you drive, it helps you gain focus, it gives you that straight path when you are getting rid of this dopamine. So I advise every single one of you, turn off your phone, turn off TVs, anything that gives you pleasure, like, and I mean anything, food, like your phone, TV, notifications. What else have we got? Gaming. Get rid of it all. Music. Music is another one that gives you dopamine. Talking about your goals. Get rid of all of this. Do a dopamine detox. This will definitely help you in your life, help you gain mental clarity. It will give you a perspective that you've probably never seen before, and yourself that you've probably never seen before. And it's another way to grow and elevate your mind and grow in life. Lesson number 11, prayer and emotions. Prayer is not something that we should be begging for, you see, because it all comes from a point of vibration and energy. So let's say you are praying, something bad happened to you, and you are praying for, something better to come to you or a better circumstance. But because you are praying from a place of negativity and a place of suffering, you are giving out that suffering and negative energy outwards, and you will receive more. Okay, so make sure when you pray, it says this in the Bible. It says, therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have it, and it will be yours. Because you have to think and feel as if you already have something, so that you become that vibrational energy. When you match that frequency, you receive things based on that frequency. And this is what emotions come in. Believing is about emotion, being. A being is when you become something, and you become something by feeling it with your emotions. So emotions are actually a creational force that was given to us so that we can manifest and attract things magnetically to our lives. So emotions should not be reactive. We should be using our emotions to attract things to us through prayer. So emotions can be used reversibly. We can use this law of emotions. So let's say let's say you really want financial freedom. When you have that money, it gives you the emotion of feeling free. And you can reverse this. Okay? Even if you don't have the money, you can feel that emotion, which will still attract the money. Because you are being that emotion, you are becoming that vibration. And this will impress your subconscious mind. As we talked about in reprogramming the subconscious mind, it gets impressed by emotion. Emotion is what impresses the mind and creates these mental programs, which then create our daily basis behavior. So by becoming the frequency, by becoming the emotion and feeling it every day, you attract that frequency. You attract that. You are becoming it before you even have it physically. See, everything begins in the mind, as always. And this is why when you pray, you want to make sure that you are imagining that you already have it. Okay? Or let's say let's say someone cuts you in traffic. If someone cuts you in traffic, you shouldn't sit there going crazy and calling them names. You should bless that person. You should say, have an amazing day or whatever. Just say it in your mind. Instead of saying the negative things, give out the positive. Bless the person and you will receive more back. It's all these little things that have an effect on your mind. All the little things, the little comments, the little thoughts, you need to remove all of these little negative ones and replace them and transmute them into positive. And you will see more and more things take place in your life, which will contribute towards your manifestation. So when you pray, make sure you do it once a day, or once or twice a day, or as much as possible. Thinking and feeling you already have it. Don't ask for something. Believe you have the something with your emotions. Your emotions should be used to attract, to become. So let's talk about the two hemispheres of the brain and how they keep you stuck in the left hemisphere. So the first thing you must understand is that the two hemispheres do the same job, but they do it differently. They basically create perception of the world around you. Because the brain's job is to create perception. It's to function in this 3D dimension. It is the computer that runs the simulation of this realm. You are experiencing the brain and the body because you are the consciousness inside of the technology of the body. The left hemisphere is all about logic, analytic, and it's divided and scientific. So, for example, this is where your logical perception comes from and your analytical perception. So, if you're analyzing things, breaking things down, this is the left hemisphere. So, it's a very divided hemisphere. You have the right hemisphere, which is to do with creativity, wholeness. So it sees a unified perception of reality. It's artistic, it's symbolic, and metaphoric. So essentially, how these brains work is that the right hemisphere produces a holistic perception of reality. It sees things as one big giant image. The left hemisphere breaks this down into individual, divided, analytical subjects and things so that you can break down and manipulate things in this three-dimensional world. So essentially, they need us trapped in this left hemisphere where we are only thinking logically and that we are all divided and analyzing too much. So they want us to abuse this left hemisphere because the right hemisphere sees the unified picture. So, for example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees trees, individual trees, and leaves and branches. However, the right hemisphere would see the whole woods as one unified woods or a biome. It would think, what biome are we in? This is the perception created by the brain. So the right hemisphere is walking through the woods and sees the whole unified woods. The left hemisphere is breaking it down so that you can manipulate it and gain navigation through the woods. Another one is if a car pulls outside of you. If a car pulls in front of you while you're driving and you nearly crash into this car, this left hemisphere is going to start going crazy, saying, swearing, getting angry. However, the right hemisphere sees the bigger picture. Maybe he's in a rush. Maybe he didn't see me. He sees the bigger picture. Now, I'm not saying this left hemisphere is evil. However, it sees a divided way of the world. It sees an analytical and logical way of the world. And when we use this left hemisphere too much, we are too divided. We do not see the bigger picture. We don't see the connections. We don't see, well, maybe this person is in a rush. Maybe he has things to do. So this is the balance between the left and right hemisphere. Now, the word left in the word left in Latin means sin. Because essentially, when we use this left hemisphere too much, we are sinning because when we think in a divided consciousness, in a divided perception, we are in our emotions more. When we see this car pull up in front of us, we are going to be more emotional. We're going to start analyzing it and calling in names. But we need to think on the bigger picture side with the right hemisphere and give us the perception of maybe he needs to go somewhere. Maybe he just didn't see me. So this is the difference between the right and left hemisphere. So you have a crossover. So your left ear is connected to your right hemisphere. Your left eye, your left arm, your left leg all goes to the right hemisphere. There's a cross or a switch over within the body. And the left hemisphere is connected to the right eye, the right arms, the right legs, the right ear. Everything on the left brain is connected to the right. So there's a switch over within the brain hemispheres. And this is why they teach us to write with our right hand. And if you actually go to a nunnery or whatever they're called when you become a nun, they will force you to write with your right hand. They will force you. Because using the right side of the body, like I said before here, is activating the left hemisphere more, which is creating you to be more dominated by the left hemisphere. I reckon the ancients were taught to use both hands and both legs and did not have a strong side because this would balance out the hemispheres. However, we have been tricked into writing, and this is why the word write sounds like right, because it's a spell. Phonetics is the study of the way words are spoken, the sound. And the word writing sounds like right, which is a subconscious word to program our subconscious mind to write with our right hand. So this is how crazy it gets. You see, the subconscious is what rules the 90% of your daily basis behavior. It rules your life. The subconscious is everything. Everything you do is done subconsciously. The way you react, the way you think, the things you do on a daily basis, they're all subconscious programs. So the words we are saying are molding our mind and contributing to our subconscious programs. So this is why words are spells, because they create perception. They create perception in the mind and in the brain. So they made the word right sound like a right, so that we use the right side of our body to activate that left hemisphere more. The hands are just a manifestation or an extension of the brain. So this is why when you put the hands together, when I was a child, I used to do this and say, that is the size of your brain when you put your hands together. That's the size of your brain, because your hands are extensions of your brain. And when you put the hands together, you're completing the electrical circuit of your body. That's why your nerves you feel less nervous. You feel more relaxed when you place the hands together. A lot of people subconsciously don't know that when they start to think or get asked a question, they'll place their hands together. Because your body knows this subconsciously, you just don't consciously know it. You place your hands together to start to think more and gain focus. So another little exercise you can do is use the eyes. Look into the mirror and look at your body. If you go to the gym, you'll understand this. If you're analyzing your body, shut the right eye. If you shut the right eye and look at yourself, you will see yourself through the left hemisphere, which is an analytical perception. So you will see individual body parts, and you will see the body parts what they are. For example, if you are going to the gym, you will notice which ones are bigger and which ones are slightly smaller. And you can do this, or shut down the left eye, and you will see a unified picture of your body. Your perception of your body will be unified. You'll no longer analyze the body parts. And this is what you can do to even test this out yourself. So everything they do, everything they have created in the system is left hemisphere dominated. Everything. Literally everything they've done. School is left hemisphere. It's logic, it's order, it's solo work. You can't create, you can't determine symbolism, you don't really figure out allegories, and you don't really do teamwork. So it's all about keeping you stuck in that left hemisphere to give you orders, to give you just logic. You can't think for yourself. You cannot create. It's all about keeping that left hemisphere dominated so that you become a slave to the system, a slave to a job, or working, which is working. You were a king before you were working. So everything they've done is to keep you logical and to keep you stuck in programs and never see the bigger picture. This is why all of these people, when you try to open their minds, you try to give them some insight on waking up, they will never see the picture. Not only because they are programmed in their mind, their left hemisphere dominated. They cannot see bigger pictures. They cannot see beyond symbolism. They can't figure out metaphors. So when I show this symbolism in my work, in my reels or my TikToks, people don't get it because their left hemisphere dominated. When they read my book, they don't get it because their left hemisphere dominated. It's all about opening up that right side so you can see that bigger picture. And this is sort of a natural process as we get older. I'm not saying, the government have full control over this or full, what's the word for it? Full blame for this. It is sort of a natural process how we become left hemisphere dominated, because as we grow up, our brains are wired to analyze things all the time and break things down. And as we get older, we focus more on, what's right in front of our faces instead of reading between the lines and gaining an allegory out of it or seeing the bigger picture. It is sort of a natural process as well for a human. And it's our jobs to activate that right hemisphere, but the government are just further pushing this to keep us left hemisphere dominated. So it's all about us to activate the right hemisphere so that we can see the bigger picture. It's the same with the music that they tune it to. 440 hertz shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. However, music itself is very right hemisphered, because when you listen to music, some of it is non-verbal. It activates the right hemisphere, but the frequency that it's tuned to is not only destroying your cells and making you more anxious, making you more beta brainwaved. Everything, it's tuned to 440 hertz. It shuts down that right hemisphere. You need to be very careful. So in the Bible, what does it say? John 21:6, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find fish. The boat is the body. You are the body. You are the boat. The net is your perception. The fish is the deep understanding, because when you cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, you gain the deep understandings of the universe. You see that everything is one. You see that I am you and you are me. On the inside, beyond the physical body, we are the same consciousness, the same intelligence in a different body. And this is what the right hemisphere is. It sees that. It sees that bigger picture. It gives you the wisdom and understanding, the perception of a divine creation. This is why no one can figure out that we are in an intelligent design, because that left hemisphere is keeping people stuck in an analytical perception of the world. They only see what's in front of them, but they don't see the bigger picture. They see the trees, but not the woods. And this is what Jesus is telling you. Cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat. It's an allegory. You see, the left hemisphere would read this and think he's talking about a real boat. But the people who have understanding and esoteric knowledge and knowledge of self, they see this as an allegory. And how many fish did they catch? 153. 1 plus 5 plus 3 equals 9. 9 is consciousness. We're in the womb for 9 months. The feminine. Revelation 14. And I looked, and behold, the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 who had his name. What's the Lamb? The cerebrum, Aries. Aries is an anagram for arise. You gotta arise your perception to Aries. It's the cerebrum in the brain, the higher brain. Mount Zion, it just means elevated, the spine. On top of Mount Zion is the cerebrum, the Lamb, standing with the 144,000. 1 plus 4 plus 4 is 9. 9 is consciousness. The consciousness is on Mount Zion with the Lamb of God. So the numerology in the Bible, there's so much numerology in the Bible. And it's all allegory for opening the right hemisphere. It also talks about in the Bible standing on the right-hand side of God. The right-hand side of the god is the right hemisphere of the brain. So how to activate the right hemisphere of the brain? Like I said before, music, frequency bowls, meditation, because this is non-verbal, anything to do with non-verbal things, it's the right hemisphere. Meditation opens it up for you. People don't really meditate, and this is why their minds are so cluttered. They can't think straight. They have their mind, your mind is like a garden, right? And when you have a very messy and overgrown garden, you you know, it's a mess. Nothing's gonna grow properly. Everything's overgrows. If it does, it looks a mess. However, when you sort out that garden and you fix everything, you plant the seeds in the right place and you cut it all down and put it into little sections, you can think straight. You have mental clarity. Your emotions will then become straight. So meditation is a very good way to gain focus. It also brings you discipline. It also brings you mental clarity. You can think straight. You can work better. Your attention's better. People's brains are just destroyed off dopamine because this is why people can't enjoy little things in life. First of all, they're doing they're jacking themselves off every day, which is the most amazing feeling that you could possibly have. So if you're doing that every single day, you are getting the most amazing feeling a human possibly can have, but for nothing. And so when you go and try and enjoy something like a going out in the woods, how are you going to enjoy that when you're sat there, tossing yourself off every day? So also the phone is constantly feeding you dopamine. Every time someone likes a photo, every time you like a photo, it releases dopamine in your brain. So people's brains are just so filled with dopamine, they can't enjoy the little things in life. And that's what meditation brings. It brings you focus, discipline, and your own form, a natural dopamine after you've done that. After you've done a half an hour, you feel good. Tithing, giving your 10% to the church. This is nothing but they externalize this. Tenth of the produce of the land, whether grain or fruit, is the Lord and is holy. What's it saying? Who's the Lord? The higher mind. What's the tenth of the produce of the land? It represents the ego, the things that you own. The ego is all to do with the physical self. And the things that you own is your ego. Oh, I own this, I own that. I have this, I have a car, I have a watch, whatever. That's ego. And that's the tenth of you. It's the fake you. The ego is the echo. It's the echo of the real self. It's the ego. And it's your earthly personality. It's your physical personality. The higher mind is the Lord, the one that transcends physical things, the one that wants the wisdom, the understanding, and the love, and the peace. That's the Lord. So giving that tenth of yourself, giving all the things over that you own, that you think you're very proud of, all these physical things, give it over to the higher self. Give that tenth of you to the 90% to the Lord. That's tithing. And you do that by shutting down the left hemisphere of the brain during meditation, because you're shutting down that ego, because that ego is in that left hemisphere. Because it thinks, oh, I'm this person, I'm individual. But that right hemisphere sees everyone as unified consciousness. That left hemisphere sees everyone as a singular person. So that ego is in that left hemisphere perception of yourself. That right hemisphere perception of yourself is the Lord. Okay? So you've got to give over that. Give the tenth of yourself over to the Lord. Okay? To the 90%. And another way of balancing the hemispheres, like I said earlier, placing your hands together. Your hands are external manifestations of the brain. They're extensions of the brain. So what these Christians are actually engaging in when they place their hands together to give prayer, they're engaging in ancient forms of meditation to balance the hemispheres of the brain. So this isn't activating the right hemisphere. This is actually balancing the hemispheres. Okay. So placing the hands together, simple, is balancing the two hemispheres of the brain, completing the electrical circuit of the body. So this is everything for this video, guys. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please let me know. Feel free to message me and let me know whatever you want created, and I will create it for you. This is what this university is for. I'm here to help every single one of you. I'm here to make anything you want to. If you need understanding on anything, just text me, message me, and I will get back to you, and I will sort this for you. Thank you all for joining the university, and I'll see you soon. Hello, people. We're going to be talking about psychology, the subconscious, and how it's basically trying to ruin your life in some sort of way, because your whole life, your subconscious has been programmed. You have programs, and more than likely, if you join this university, you're looking for some sort of advancement in mentally or physically or spiritually, whatever it is. And the subconscious is what is holding you back. Your whole life, you've ingrained your subconscious. You've told your subconscious this is what you want. Your life right now, if you hate your life, your subconscious is manifesting programs where it's basically it likes this life. Your subconscious likes this life that you live, but your conscious mind does not. But your whole life, you've been programming your subconscious, this is what you want. Every word you say, every action you take, everything you listen to is telling your subconscious this is what you want, because it takes everything as truth, and it accelerates everything. Everything you say, whether that is bad or good. So for example, if you are a loser and you have not much going for you and you want to change your life and you're trying to change your life, but you're finding it so hard to even get out of your room. Let's say you are an introvert, sorry, an introvert where you can't really speak to people. Your subconscious mind is manifesting this program. It's telling you not to speak to people. It's telling you to stay in your room. But every time you consciously walk out of that room, your subconscious will walk you back into that room. But you have to keep moving forward. You have to keep going and taking action and slowly reprogramming the subconscious mind. You want to walk out of the room. You want the financial freedom. If you want financial freedom, but you're in a place now where you don't have it, your subconscious is manifesting your reality. Your subconscious wants you broke. And it wants you because this is the program it's operating on. Your whole life has molded your subconscious mind, and this is what is creating your conscious reality, your external reality. So therefore, you must change it. It will keep you broke until you change them broke programs. That is what the subconscious will do. It will keep you in safety because your whole life you've been wanting safety. If your whole life you wanted fighting, then your subconscious will manifest fighting. Like I said, it will walk you back into the room every time you walk out, but you just have to keep going and rewire the subconscious and change it. You must change the inner to change the outer. You change your internal state to project an outwards reality. Your reality, everything, like every relationship you have, every personal possession you have, everything you listen to, everything you do, every action you take is all a reflection of your internal mind. It's all an aspect of your mind. Every relationship you have is an aspect of your own mind. And whether you observe that or not, your girlfriend, for example, if you have a girlfriend, if you have a boyfriend, do you truly love this person? Or is it coming from a subconscious place of desire or fulfillment of lust? Is it a fulfillment of sexual desire? Or is it a hole that you are trying to fill of aloneness, of being lonely? Do you truly love this person, or is it a shadow trait manifesting on the surface of your reality? You have to deep dive within your mind and question every single person in your life. Why do I have this person in my life? What is it am I trying to gain from them? What is it that this person is fulfilling in my mind? And if it's for negative reasons, then you need to get rid of this person or transmute into something that that is positive in this person? Do you truly want to show love to this person, or is it just a subconscious fulfillment of loneliness? Are you scared, or is it a fear? Is it fear of being alone? Is this why you have people in your life? And you're probably thinking, well, yes, but what if it is? If that is true, everything in the subconscious comes to reality. Does not. It's just a matter of time. The only thing you can control is the time that program will reveal itself. That darkness you have within you will come to light, and you will show it to the person. If you are with that person just for lust and a fulfillment of sexual desire, then it will come to light. For sooner or later, 10 years time, it might take that. It will come to light, and it will create destruction in your life or in their life, which brings you bad karma. It's like a seed. The subconscious is a garden, and every subconscious program is a seed which is slowly growing towards the light. Every thought is a seed which is planting within the subconscious. So you must question every single person in your life. You must question everything you're chasing in your life. Why do you want certain things? Why do you want this person? Why do you want the money? What is it? What is it deep down within you that you want it? Is it for good or is it for bad? And if it's for bad, you need to transmute it or you need to get rid of it. Nothing can fill your holes externally. Now, let me tell you this. Nothing external will ever fill that hole you have inside of you, that that unfulfillment you have within you. Nothing can fill that other than God, other than the higher self, other than pure love and light. Nothing will ever fulfill your needs physically. Nothing in this three-dimensional reality will ever make you happy. I remember when I first started this journey, and I thought, okay, it would bring me happiness. Now, as you go on with your journey, you hit certain milestones and it's not enough. No, and then you come to you sooner rather than later, you come to a realization where nothing tangible will ever fulfill that inner hole you have within you. No car, no money amount, no whatever it is, that house you want, that car you want, them clothes that you want, it will never, ever bring you happiness. Ever. Because this three-dimensional reality is holographic. It's not even real. It's a projection within yourself. And your mind is not even inside of this reality. It's operating on a higher level. You're not from this reality. Your body is a part of this reality. But the higher mind within you, the mind within you, the substance that makes you a conscious being, a being of consciousness of the universe, that universal spark within you it's not a part of this physical existence. Therefore, this physical existence cannot fulfill the desire of this internal substance of the universe. The only thing that can fill this hole within you is love, peace, and unity with the self, and being happy with the self, and being one with your being. Now, that's not to say that we should not strive for greatness in this physical reality, in this physical existence. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you should not want to become wealthy, not want financial freedom, and not want the great things in this physical existence and the high end of society. I'm not saying that. You should strive for greatness. You should strive for financial freedom and wealth. It's balancing the inner and the outer self, the physical and the spiritual self. It's balancing. You are physical for a reason. You incarnated for a reason. Therefore, you should balance your inner world with your outer world. But all of your outer world should come from a place of love. This is why you must rewrite the programs here. You must create love-based programs. You must create a base. This base down here of this iceberg is creating the surface. And if all of these programs down here are all negative and come from a place of abandonment and a place of fear, then this surface will be negative. Your external reality will be negative, and what you will do, you'll cause destruction in your life and other people's lives. So you must build a foundation. You must reset the programs in your subconscious, coming from a place of love, from a place of peace. We should all strive for mental clarity and a good mind, and keeping a good mind. A negative mind creates a negative external reality. Where you are in life is a direct correlation of every thought you have thought up until this very point. Every thought you have thought in the past has led you to watching this video right now. Therefore, you must keep the mind clean of positive thoughts only. The goal should be mastering every single thought that enters the cranium of your brain. You must master everything. You must master this. If you do not master positive thinking, then you will never master your external reality. You'll never have full control over your life. Because if you let external forces control your internal state, then you'll forever be governed. You'll be forever creating someone else's reality and not your own reality. Five senses are taking information, which then goes into the mind, the conscious, and then into the subconscious, which then molds your reality. So therefore, if you want to create a certain reality, you must fill your mind with this reality. You must fill it. Fill it with, if you want financial freedom, fill your mind with financial freedom and ideas, and it will become a reality. You see, your brain is producing this reality. What you're experiencing right now is the brain's simulation. It's a simulation of the body. The body is a piece of electrical computer decoding and creating this reality that you see on the screen of your mind. Therefore, what does that tell you? Your mind is altering this reality. What you think has a projection and has an effect on this reality, because the mind is within the brain. The brain produces the reality, and the reality is a direct correlation of every thought in your mind. Every person you have in your mind, every person you have in your life is a reflection of your own mind. Whether you know that or not, whether it's subconscious or conscious, there is a reason, there is an aspect of your mind that has this person in your life. So we must go deep, deep, deep within ourselves and figure out what is the true cause of having certain things in your life. Are they for good reasons? Are they subconscious? Identify whether you truly love this person in your life, or is it coming from a place of fear, anxiety, loneliness? Are you keeping them there just because you are scared of fear? Scared of loneliness, sorry? Or is it, do you truly love this person? You must identify this. We all have an anima. It's basically, an anima is an animation of all, and this anime, for example, you're trying to meet a girlfriend, for example, and every girl you meet, okay, there is an animation in your mind that has been built from all of your past experiences from every female you've ever encountered. Therefore, you have this perfect version of a female in your mind that you want to meet, and you are trying to see this in that person. Okay, this is a very, very good teaching of psychology. There is an anima which you must come to one with, and you must understand that you will never actually truly find this anima. You will see in people what you see in your mind. If you are a negative person, you will only focus on the negative aspects of someone else. If you are hating on me, I understand that is coming from a negative aspect of yourself that you hate about yourself. If you call someone else ugly, there is an aspect of your mind that tells you that you are ugly, that you hate about yourself. So this world that you are in is a direct correlation of the mind. We are living in the mind of God. And you must mold yourself to this higher version. There are infinite versions of yourself in this universe, in this mental universe. And there is a version of yourself that has everything that you've ever wanted. And there is a version of yourself that is pure good, pure love, pure peace. And this is what we all need to strive for, make the world a better place. When we all realize that the world is a reflection of our mental states and our mental landscapes are projecting our external reality, we will all figure out and that we can all change the world. And when we all figure out this, we can all mold ourselves to the highest versions of ourselves, of love, peace, enlightenment, and wisdom. The whole world will become a better place. But because we have a government, which means govern your mind, govern your ment, they are placing their own information in your mind, which is creating their reality. You are manifesting the New World Order. We are manifesting our own enslavement because of the beliefs that we take from school, the beliefs and information that we take from these institutions. We are manifesting this reality of enslavement. And until we figure out that our minds are projecting this reality, we will forever maintain a slave under the government. We project our own realities, and we all need to mold to the higher selves and come from a place of love and peace. And that is when the world becomes heaven, heaven on earth. That is heaven on earth, when we all figure out the divine power within us and we no longer use it for negative. Only you can't fix the hole you have inside of you. If you feel like you have something lost within inside of you, nothing external will ever fix that. The only thing will fix that is reaching that higher self and reaching the God within you and finding the peace within yourself. I hope this video had a very positive impact on you and you gained some insights. Watch this over and over again if you truly want to gain the true message. But just remember, analyze your life. Analyze whether, do I truly love this person? What are your true subconscious desires behind everything in your life? Is it coming from a place of fear, grief? Is it coming from a place of negativity, or is it coming from a place of love? And if it's coming from a place of negativity, that you have inner healing to do. And you must have an amazing day, people. Hello, people. Today we're going to be talking about the secrets of the human heart. Everything they told you about the heart is a complete lie. There's secrets behind it, and you're going to find out why. And it's very important that you understand that the heart is not a pump. It's not a pump. They lied about this. The lungs is a pump. The lungs is what pumps the blood around the body. It's the oxygen. Oxygen is reacting on the blood. Now, what do you use to use a pump? You use air to pump things up. That's what your lungs are. They use air, oxygen. Now, oxygen carries magnetism. If you pour liquid oxygen between two magnetic magnets, you find an attraction, as you can see here. So this attraction proves that there is magnetic principles within oxygen, liquid oxygen. So when we breathe, we are essentially breathing in magnetism. Magnetism is the force driving this world. So your heart is a chestahedron. It's a seven-sided shape in geometry, and each side is pretty much equal. It's a chestahedron. Look at the word chestahedron, chest, where your heart is. And it looks very, very similar. So this is the sacred geometry of the heart. And when a chestahedron is placed in an angle, when it's placed in a box, a cube, it sits at an angle of 36 degrees off center. This is the same angle which the heart sits within the chest. That's why it's called a chestahedron, because that's what the heart is. It's a chestahedron. And when you place a chestahedron into water, it causes a spiral. It causes a vortex motion, because your heart is essentially a vortex generator. So the heart is not a pump, it is a valve. This is where blood goes into. And when the blood goes into the heart, this is what causes it to vortex, because the heart is in a shape of a vortex. Look at the tissues, everything's wrapped around, everything's spiraled. See this here? This is the spiral of magnetism. So all of the valves and the cords and the fibers are all wrapped around each other. It's a vortex. And if you take off the tissue of the heart, you would see this. Kind of looks like the Holy Grail. And this is essentially the vortex spiraling of the heart tissues. And if you unraveled the heart, because your heart is one tissue, it's one muscle. Look at it here. This is a heart unfolded. And it's just spiraled together to create this. That's what the heart is. So the heart's tissues is heart, which is very, very crucial that we might be missing. So the heart is spiraling blood, and there's a reason why it's doing this. When you spiral something, it gives it more energy. It gives it more frequency, more energy, more force behind it. So by spiraling the blood, it's turning blood into plasma. That's what the heart is doing. It reacts with the heart, it turns it into a vortex and turns the blood into the fourth state of liquid, or fourth state of matter, which is plasma. Okay? Plasma is proved to be in the blood. Plasma is a part of the blood that carries platelets and red blood cells and white blood cells around the body. Plasma makes up approximately 55% of the blood. So plasma is a state of matter, which they'll never tell you about because they try and hide plasma as much as possible. It's ionized gas. And that's what's going on in the heart. The heart is a vortex energy generator for the blood. And the blood and the body is being fed by plasma. Plasma energy, the fourth state of matter. And if you go and read the Emerald Tablets will tell you this exact same thing. Emerald Tablets of Thoth. They're supposedly thousands of years old, or it was supposedly written by Doriel, who was an occultist. Apparently he translated them. Either way, he was an occultist. So it's either written by an occultist or it's actually 100,000 years old. In the physical are these channels, the blood which moves through the vortical motion, reacting on the heart to continue its beating. So what is that telling you? The blood moves in vortical motion. It's a vortex. Reacting on the heart. What's it reacting with? There's something in the heart that turns blood into plasma. It reacts with the blood, reacts with the heart. Then it says, magnetism, which moves through the nerves paths, carrier of energy to all the cells and tissues. So your body's being fed by magnetism, people. They'll never ever teach you this in school. That your whole body is running off magnetism and plasma. You're literally you are an energy being. When you understand this, you are made of energy. You're running off spiritual, etheric energy that you cannot see. They just teach you in school that you're running off blood and oxygen. It's way deeper than this. We're being run by magnetism. Magnetism is the driving force of all creation. Magnetism, which moves through the nerve paths and carrier of energies to the cells and tissues. Akasa, which flows through the channels, subtle yet physical, completing the channels. Personally, I think Akasa is plasma. Okay? Plasma is Akasa. Completing the channels. Each one of the three attuned with each other, each affecting the life of the body. So all of these three things, okay, the heart, magnetism, and Akasa they're all working together to create the body, to create the life. Form they the skeletal framework through which the subtle ether flows. So it's telling you ether is real. Ether is the substance that connects the physical and the astral. It's your etheric body is where your chakras are. So your chakras are your etheric energy body. And these energies, these seven energies, is what gives life to the physical form. They feed energy into the physical form. So the ether, subtle yet physical, is charging the body through the skeletal framework. So it's telling you this, and even the word heart has ether within it if you just rearranged A and the E. Put the H on the beginning of, well, put the H on the end of heart and you get earth. Because what the heart is actually doing, it's taking the energy of the electromagnetic field around us, which is everywhere, that everything is filled with magnetism and electromagnetism. The Earth is a giant electromagnetic torus field, and all of this energy from the center is feeding directly into your heart. Because the center of this Earth is the heart of the Earth. The center of you is your heart. And the center of the aurora borealis, whatever you want to call it, this energy that's emitted from the center of this Earth is feeding directly into you, and your heart is transmuting this energy from the earth to react with your blood, and your blood is then feeding your physical body through plasma. That's what's going on. You yourself and your heart is directly connected to the earth. That's why your heart rearranged its earth. You're directly connected to the cosmos. Everything they do to poison you and give you all this stuff is to keep you disconnected from the universe. You yourself are the universe. Your body is directly in correlation electromagnetically with the earth. So the heart is the balance. That's how you connect with things, through the heart. Okay. Here you see Jesus with the Sacred Heart, always pointing at the heart. Matthew 6:21, for where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. What's that telling you? What's your treasure, your goal, what you're doing in life? There your heart will be also, because your heart is a guide through this lifetime. Your heart has an intelligence. Every single organ in your body has consciousness, and you think with it. You can think with these different organs. You can think with the brain, you can think with the heart, you can think with, the reproductive area. That's why, everyone always says you're thinking with your penis. For if you're a man, you know about this. People say that. That's just a saying, but it's true. You think with these body parts, people, and your heart is a guide. It knows everything that's right. It knows the things that you need to do. So that's why your heart is called a chest, because your treasure chest is in the chest. Sorry, your treasure is in the chest. And what's the treasure? Your heart. All of the wisdom, all of the understanding, all of the guidance is inside of that heart. And you need to follow your heart. That's why we say follow your heart, to find your treasure in this life. Find your purpose. That's what your treasure is, your purpose in this life. So the heart is also producing your electromagnetic field around your body. And the heart is all to do with emotion. So thought happens in the mind, which is not the brain. Then the thought in the mind produces brain activity, electrical signals, and then these electrical signals are sent to the heart, which produces an emotion. So essentially, the brain and the heart are directly connected. You need to sync them. You need to sync the brain and the heart. Why? Because you need to be thinking with emotion behind it. If you think with lack of the heart thinking, also, if you think without the heart, you are only thinking for yourself and not for the empathy of others. You have to think before you take action of the emotion of others, and have thought of people's feelings behind. So you must sync the heart and the brain. The actions you must take must be in line with your heart. Your heart tells you everything. Before you do something, you can feel whether it's right or wrong. You can feel it deep down within you. When you quieten your mind, you can feel it. Where if you know when you're doing something wrong, especially when you're a child, because this, as you get older and you constantly do negative things, then yes, you can block out the heart completely. But deep down within people, they know what they're doing and they know whether it's right or wrong. You feel horrible when you do something bad. You feel it inside of you. And Manly P. Hall said, every time you go against the heart, you are destroying your electromagnetic field. It kills the magnetism of your body every time you go against it. Obviously, I don't know if this is true, but I agree with this. Manly P. Hall was an enlightened individual who understands the anatomy of the body, understand all of the occult things. And essentially, every time you go against your heart, you are killing the magnetism of your body, your cells, and everything about you. Because your whole body is magnetic. You have magnetic attraction all over you. So there's a saying, well, obviously in Christianity, what happens in heaven happens on earth. Well, what happens in the brain happens in your heart. Heaven is the head, earth is the heart. Every thought you think produces an emotion in the heart. Every single thought triggers an emotion. You know, when people say they got a broken heart, because all of that emotion is in the heart. Not in the heart, but in the invisible intelligence behind the heart. You must understand there's a consciousness, an invisible spiritual consciousness behind every physical thing. So your brain is dual, your heart is single. Your brain consists of two hemispheres. So when it comes to decision making in the brain, there can be confusion between the left and right hemispheres. This is why when people are confused. But the heart is a singular organ. And if you go onto Google and type in brain cells found in the heart, there are 40,000 neuron cells in the heart, the exact same cells which are found in the brain, in the cranial brain. This means that your heart is essentially a brain for your emotions, what it is. And your emotions tell you what is right and what is wrong. So every thought you think produces an emotion, and whether that emotion is good or bad will tell you whether something is right or wrong. So the heart is the guidance through this life, and your higher self resides in the heart. You have to follow the heart. You have to do what the heart tells you all the time. So I hope you enjoyed this video, people. Please feel free to contact me if you have any video ideas or anything like this. And welcome to the university. I look forward to connecting with you all. Emotions are something that a lot of people have a misconception of. So we're going to discuss and break down what truly the emotions actually are. They are more than just chemicals within your physical body. They are more than just hormones. Emotions are energy. They have a physical manifestation, which is a chemical reaction in the brain, and they are an etheric astral energy. Okay? Emotions are a creative force given to you. They are what makes you become something before you have it. They carry magnetic attraction. So with this understanding, your emotions are no longer a reactive thing. They never will tell you your true things as an emotion, what an emotion is. I remember being in infant school or whatever you want to call it. They were teaching you what the emotions are. And they told you they are just things they're just reactions. By living in a very reactive mindset and an emotional reactive person, this causes chaos in your life. Emotions are very chaotic if you do not know how to control them and what they truly are. You see, we've all been brainwashed into thinking we are just physical beings. We are just these apes the apes that evoluted over time into human beings. This is completely wrong. We are in an intelligent design. You're in an intelligent body. You're an intelligent consciousness, and you have an intelligence within you called emotions, which you can use to attract things to you and to become things before you physically have it. So they are a creative force. That consciousness you have inside of you is a creative consciousness. It's an ever expanding consciousness, which is God. The whole point of you being in this physical world and having consciousness is creating. You cannot not create. It is impossible for you not to create something. Your whole life you have been creating. Before you kick the football, it's a decision made within the mind. You then created this action. You are a manifester. Okay, so your emotions should be used, they should be controlled as a tool to create things in your life, to become the reality before you physically have it. Fear is an illusion, and it is a bondage. It keeps your mind stuck to three-dimensional awareness. If you try and astral project, you will not astral project if you are fearing. Why? Because fear and negative emotions, all of the negative emotions only exist in a world of time, and that is this physical plane. You cannot transcend this plane. Your mind cannot function on these higher planes with these lower three-dimensional emotions in your mind. Fear is a bondage to the physical body, and it enshrouds your soul. It enshrouds your body. It locks you. Okay, this is why the news, this is why the food is all laced with chemicals, and the news is constantly pushing fear, because they have to keep you in a fear state to keep your central nervous system in fight or flight mode. And they have to keep your mind in three-dimensional awareness, because once you realize that you are not this physical body, you are something that transcends this physical world, you will wake up and you will no longer abide by this system that we live in. Okay, so fear is the biggest tool that they are using to oppress you. Fear is the biggest bondage. Okay, it keeps you locked in a box, physically, mentally, and emotionally. So emotional effects on the body. Emotions have great impact on the body, the immune system, the brain, and every single cell and the water structure in your body. Hatred and negative emotions impacts the nervous system, immune system, and endocrine system negatively. Extreme emotions trigger the release of stress hormones in the brain. So what's that tell you? The emotion is there before something is triggered in the brain. You feel the emotion because emotion is energy. And then the release of hormones are triggered within the brain. So like I said, everything begins spiritually. Everything begins in these higher planes. Everything begins in the mental, astral, etheric, and physical before it manifests physical. Over time, these stress hormones lead to increased inflammation throughout the body, resulting in significant health consequences. You could eat the most amazing diet in the world. You could eat the most pure organic sea moss, the most pure organic apples and watermelons every day. But if you have a negative mind space and a negative emotional state, you will create negativity in your life and you will create a disease in your body. This is how powerful your emotions are. Why? Like I just said, everything begins in the higher planes before it manifests physically. Okay. And when you keep feeling these emotions over and over again, you are impacting your subconscious mind, which will constantly create repetition in your life. So emotions are very, very, very powerful, and they impact your body. Stress can cause you to lose your hair. It destroys your body. Like I said, everything that begins in these mental plane and these higher planes happens below. As above, so below. This is why Jesus turns water into wine. Water, what is water? Well, water is feminine, which represents the emotional side of a human consciousness. of all consciousness. It represents the emotional side of you, the emotional aspect of you, the water, which is also the moon. That's why we call it a mood in the moon, because the moon is feminine, represents emotion. Okay? So water and earth is emotion. So when it talks about water into wine, we're talking about emotional alchemy, which stems from the mastering of self. All religions stem from the master of self, the mastery of the self. That is where all religions stem from. All religions stem from the mastery of the mind, the emotions, the thoughts, and the body, and the stars, the study of the stars. Every religious text has something to do with the stars because they are very important. But today we're going to focus on emotion. What's the wine? The water into wine. The water is the emotion. The wine is the transmuted emotion. It's emotional alchemy. It's alchemy, this is, people. It's what the Bible is talking about. It's talking about them negative lower carnal mind emotions being transmuted into positive ones that bring benefits to your life, that attract better things to you, and controlling the emotions. Because when the emotions are not controlled, you attract negative people, you put out negative vibrations, you attract that back, you are destroying your body. That's why the Bible says the light of the body is the eye. If thy eye be evil, thy whole body will be filled with darkness. That's what it says in the Bible. It also says if the eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. But then after that, it says, if thy eye be evil, their whole body will be full of darkness. Why? If your mind, your emotional state, your spiritual state is negative, your whole body, your whole life will be filled with darkness. You will be chained by your emotions. You will constantly live out of this animal state, this emotional state. Every time you feel sad, you will, fall into this trap of the emotions. So it's so important that we master the self, master the emotions. And we do that by changing the mindset that you have on life. Okay? What you must understand is that your mind is the director of energy. It has the power to create. It has the power to focus energy. Attention is energy. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you are placing attention on negative things, let's say you break your leg. Okay, this is a bad situation. Don't get me wrong. It's not nice that you broke your leg. However, there is a positive side to that. What's the positive? Well, now what's a good positive? You can now sit down, you could read the books that you've always wanted to read. You now have time to do something else productive because you can no longer walk. There's always a positive to the situation. And when you're using your mind to direct the energy into the negative route, the negative dual side, you are constantly digging yourself a hole, creating more and more negativity in your life. The law of cause and effect. So we must transmute this negative aspect, the water, the emotion, into wine, into a positive emotion to attract better things to us. Why? Because emotion, you attract what you are, not what you want. Emotions is energy in motion. Your emotions create a massive impact on this electromagnetic aura you have surrounding around your body. I have many videos on this, so go and check them out if you don't know what this is. So the emotions create energy. It puts energy in motion, emotion, energy in motion, which is spiraling around your electromagnetic field. And this field is what determines what is attracted to you and what is not, and what people, what animals, everything. Okay. This field, before you have an illness, the illness shows up in your field energetically because as above, so below. What happens in the field happens in your body, happens in your life. The positive emotions that you feel creates a more stronger and bigger field extending up to 9 feet in circumference. So when your field is in a positive, high vibratory rate, this is when your field has more impact on matter. Why? Because what's matter made out of? These fields. These fields create the physical world. It's the real atom. You yourself are a giant atom, and you can control your atom to create the world around you through your emotions. So if someone's crying and you go and walk next to them and go talk to them, that negative emotion is going to rub straight off onto you because emotion is energy in motion. It's it's casted throughout your electromagnetic field. Your inner world manifests your outer world through the heart. The emotions are felt in the heart, casting out into energy vibrations through this field. Demons. It's just another allegory, another myth about emotions, another metaphor about emotions. D meaning negative, mon meaning moon, the negative moon, negative mood, negative emotions. Moon is feminine, it represents emotions. Demons are something that possess you. What possesses your mind? Emotions possess you. It's a metaphor. Don't get me wrong, spirits do exist, but a lot of the allegories about demons is all about the emotions and how they possess you. They possess your mind. They take over your mind space. They take over your body, how you feel, how you think. So this is why emotions are very, very, very powerful, and we need to use them and control them, utilize them to create it in our life. Instead of them being reactive, we can use them to pull things to us. Instead of, you know, the emotions that we should be feeling mainly is love and abundance and joy and all of the positive ones, all of the positive emotions that transcend the physical world. Because fear, hate only exists in this physical plane. The higher planes of consciousness, these emotions don't exist. That's what sin means. Sin means emotion. Sin. That's what a sin is. It's a negative emotion. It's an emotion that exists in time. That's what a sin is. So you must control these emotions. You must, and how do we do that? We do that through meditation. And like I say, meditation is a massive, massive part of. I don't like using the word meditation because people get thrown off. Just turn off your mind. Sit in silence. Be at one with yourself. Sit in silence in the dark. Turn off all the lights and sit in the dark with yourself. And just let the emotions and let the thoughts pass by like the clouds. And when you let them go, they will sooner rather than later, they will go. And you will just be just left with the consciousness, that pure awareness. The reason why they told you to be scared of the dark when you're a child and programs that into you through the movies and Hollywood is because they don't want you sitting in the dark. When you sit in the dark, there is a light shining within you, that pure consciousness. You no longer can see your body. You no longer can hear the thoughts and the emotions. What is left when all of this is stripped? When the body is stripped off, when the emotions and the mind is stripped off, you are left with pure consciousness. And that is what they don't want you to figure out. Because when you connect with that, you can transcend this physical world. You can do all sorts of have mystical experiences. So yes, emotions can be used to attract things to you. When you think, you are visualizing, and when you feel, you are becoming. So you can think and feel on a daily basis of this reality that you want, which I teach in my Manifestation Mastery course 2.0. You have access to this in the university, so make sure to check that out. I'll tell you how to use your emotions, thinking and feeling, visualizing, becoming that reality before you have it. This will train your mind, because why? Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. Your brain does not know the difference between an imagination and a real reality. So if you become that reality in your mind with your thoughts and emotions, you are creating, you are becoming, you are tricking your brain that this has already happened. And what will happen when you create them neural pathways in your brain will subconsciously create that, somehow try and figure out to create that neural pathway into a real physical reality. And that's how it works. So I hope you learned a lot from this lesson about emotions and what they truly are. And the last thing I'm going to say is love. Love is the unifying force. Love is the unifying emotion. Because, like I said here, this image shows 1,000 words. What we all are is one observing consciousness expressed in thousands, if trillion, if not trillions of different bodies. What's in the squirrel is inside of you. It's consciousness, it's self awareness. And this consciousness is divided through fear and hate. And that's why they push fear and hate onto you so, so much. And they place you in different postcodes with different football teams and different basketball teams. And they send you different schools, and then different schools compete with the other schools to cause division. It's all about causing division and causing hatred towards others. Why? Because love, we all naturally love when we come here. When a child is born, you can see the love in its eyes. It loves everything. But as it gets older, it starts to become darkened by the matrix, the system, this dark spell that is casted upon the minds. We all need to learn how to love, because this is the unifying force that brings all of our consciousness back to one unified team. And when we figure out that these elites are literally, there's probably, you know, they're compared to the population, there's way more of us. And if we all started to love each other, why would we need them? So, anyways, I hope you all learned a lot of this lesson. Thank you all for joining the university. I look forward to teaching you more. Please let me know for anything that you want, as because you have joined, I want to make sure that you are happy inside of this university. And I want to make sure any question you have, I can answer, I can research for you. Okay. Thank you all. Have an amazing day, people. Hello, and welcome back to the Real University. Today we're going to be talking about hidden spells within the language, English language. This is why we call it spelling. A lot of people are already aware of this. However, I'm going to go over some words that have double meaning, you know, meanings to them, behind them, which trick your subconscious mind. So the word grammar comes from the word grimoire, which is also known as the book of spells or a magic book, on how to create magical objects like wands, amulets, how to perform magic spells, charms, and summoning and invoking supernatural entities such as spirits, which are on the other side of this physical reality. So, what you must understand is what you say in this physical world is also happening in the astral world as well. So, your words are spells. They cast spells into the spirit plane, they cast spells into your mind, they cast vibrational frequency into your cells in the water. Water holds a lot of energy, so we're going to be going all over this. The subconscious mind takes everything as truth. Everything you say is truth to your subconscious. And you should know this by watching the Manifestation Mastery 2.0 course. I talk about this. This is so important that you understand this, because everything is truth within the subconscious. It only knows you. Your subconscious mind, if you watch the course, you should know this, it's responsible for 90% of your daily basis behavior. The thoughts that you are thinking on a daily basis, the things that you do, the things that you say, 90% of what you do and say and think you did yesterday, because of the subconscious mind holds all of your programs. What you say is molding your mind. What you state is truth in your mind. It does not know the difference between a joke or a. It does not. It takes everything literal. It is literal. Your mind is this manifesting supercomputer, and whatever you say into it, it says that is what I want. So whatever you tell your mind, that is what you'll have. That is what you'll believe. So every word you say is truth within the subconscious. So this is why double meaning words have an effect on your subconscious. And this is why I'm raising awareness here. So talking is a tall king. You are either a tall king by talking, by using your words wisely, or you're a small king because you either you create big or you destroy yourself with your words. So talking is Phoenician. This is phonetics. So this is etymology is when you take the root words, but phonetic etymology is when you take the sound of the word. So talk and tour are the same because when you talk, you're creating sound waves, which is a form of a light wave. And when light waves expand in all directions, it creates a torus field. And everything is torus fields. So if you affect one torus field, it affects every torus field in creation, as above, so below. So what you say is affecting the torus fields around you in your body. You are made out of these torus fields. This is why talking is torusing. You're creating light waves, sound waves, and you are permeating creation. And this is why the Bible tells you the tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. So the tongue is what creates these sound waves that we are producing when we talk or speak. Okay? So this is what we are essentially doing, creating sound waves. And these waves are vibrating and they affect the cells in our body and everything. This is why words are swords. This is why the word is within sword. They are swords, they cut, they damage, because frequency is the only thing that can penetrate you without your consent. In the very beginning, the Bible, John 1:1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. This is obviously a metaphor. There was no spoken word out of a spoken mouth. It's basically saying God created the world with the use of cymatic frequencies, sound waves. Everything is sound waves, and this is observable. Geometry is the geometric shapes you see in the nature, like petals, how they're all perfect stars or five-pointed stars or the Fibonacci sequence. This is all an effect of vibrational frequencies. It's all cymatics. Everything is created out of sound. Sound is the creation of the universe. So this is how powerful words are. It's a cymatic frequency. Hello. Hell. When you say hello, you're subconsciously implanting hell into your mind and the people around you's mind. This is why it's casting a spell. Even though you may pick up on it, but your subconscious picks up hell. That is what you're picking up. And that word holds a frequency. The word hell, when you hear the word or see the word, activates thoughts within your subconscious. It activates, it stimulates it. What is everything that resembles hell in your mind? But that goes on within the subconscious without you realizing. Bless. When I bless you, I'm actually saying be less. So you're not blessing someone. You're saying be less. Appreciate. Appreciate. Weekend is when you're weakened. You see, they've casted spells on our cycle of life. The weekend is when you're weekend. You are weakened from the weekdays, when the working days are the weekdays, and the weekend is when you're weakened and you rest. Because in the days, you are in physical or emotional shock. unable to think or react properly. This is the daze you're in. You're in a daze in the weekdays. See? Parents are a pair who rents because you don't, well, in this, we do own our children, but in the system, we technically don't. You're a pair who rents. Slaughter. They want you to think that slaughter is laughter. You see how it's implanting messages in your subconscious to make these things okay? They want you to think slaughtering is okay, so they put the word laughter in slaughter. I'm telling you, people, the people who made this language are satanic. They are witch. These people are wizards. We're getting ran by wizards, dark occultists, and wizards. That is who we're getting run by. And they've been running for thousands of years and they know exactly what they're doing. They've covered all aspects. They've covered the language, the frequencies, the music, the food, the water. They control everything in every aspect of your life. They have some part in it. And it's all occult knowledge through magic. It's all magic. It's all a form of magic. Awake. Awake is an event where the family and friends of a deceased gather before the funeral. That's awake. Why are we talking? Why is the word funeral, why is death associated with being awake? See how they are planting subconscious messages in you. They want you to feel death. They want you to be the low vibration. And it's the same with mourning. Mourning is an expression of sorrow for someone's death. They're always associating death because these people they're running a death cult. It's a death cult. It's a satanic cult. A job is Hebrew for prosecution. Soldier is a soul dyer. If you go into the army, you're a soul dyer that they just use your soul to die. And then you just wasted your time in physical incarnation. Because you never die. You will never ever die. Ever. You're eternal. You never ever die. This body is just a suit. So you're a soul dyer if you go in the soul, if you're a soldier. SOL means soul or sun, because the sun is a soul. Music. So we say music. See, MEU sick. Music. See how it's me, you sick? Music. Me, you sick, because music is frequency, and frequency penetrates your body without your consent. The music we listen to today is making people sick, mentally, emotionally, and physically. What you hear, what you see, goes into the mind, it goes into the body and the spirit. It destroys you. It's hypnotism. Music is hypnotic. It's a form of hypnosis. When you listen to music and you can't think. You can't think. It makes your body move without you even being conscious of it. It's hypnosis. It makes you sick. The right music is good, don't get me wrong, but the music they use today is making you, me and you, sick. And that's another one. When we say things are sick, oh, that's really good. So we say sick. It's another spell that you're casting. You're calling yourself sick. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference. You're calling yourself sick, ill. Spellcasters will often use the word abracadabra when spellcasting. This is because the word abracadabra in magic means I create when I speak. Every word you say is molding your mind in some form of way. Not only is it molding your mind, you're casting frequency, you're producing frequency, light waves, sound waves into the ether around you. Okay? This is another good one. Look at the 5 vowels. A, E, I, O, U. They tell you to speak it in this order as well. They teach you this order, this exact order. A, E, I, O, U. I, O, U. Subconscious spell on yourself without you even realizing it. It's a subliminal message that you will not realize, but your subconscious will pick up. We are taught to speak them in the specific arrangement because the last three letters have a double meaning. You were never taught how the history of money, how it works, and how to obtain it, because your role in this system is to remain a slave. So they teach you this, A-E-I-O-U, and they do that when you are very, very, very young, because since the age of 7, so from 0 to 7, that is when your subconscious mind is wide open. So when a baby, why do you think they pick up on everything you do? If you say one thing, the next day they're saying it. It's because their subconscious is wide open to programs. Why? Because they're trying to learn what this world is. So their subconscious mind is wide open, taking in everything that you do, everything you say, your body language, the way you handle yourself, the way you talk to other people. They're taking in every little thing you say and do and making that a program so they can understand this world and the people around them. And at the age of 7, that is when their programs are written for life, and they will basically go off them for the rest of their lives. This is why it's important to look after what you do in front of your children, not just what you say, your body language, the things you eat. They pick up on everything. They're trying to make a sense of the world. From the age of 0 to 7 in school, you learn this. I-O-U. It belittles you. You owe nothing. No one has right over you. This should not be real. There should be no government. We should not have. No one should be over you. Everyone is equal. Everyone is the I. Everyone is God manifested. So we don't owe anyone anything, but it's a spell in your subconscious. Signature. Sign your nature. Sig is sigil. A sigil is a magic. Is a sorry, excuse me. Is a symbol used for magic. A sigil. Sigil nature. So your signature is your sigil. And when you sign that, it gives mental power over you. Once you have put your sigil into that paper, they now have mental power over you. It's magic. It's all a form of magic and brainwashing. Okay? When we say the word we're saying we're trying to use God to manifest that. Okay? Because the comes from theo in Greek, which means God. So when we say theology, ology means the study of. Theology is the study of God. That's what theology is. Theo, when we say I am we are using God to bring it into existence. God is the I am. The I behind you, the I am, that's God. That's what manifested everything in your life. Everything in your life, that invisible creator inside of you has manifested everything you physically see. You are the invisible architecture, the invisible artist behind your life. The I, that's God. The only one. So when we use the word I am, well, this is how to bring the power to yourself. When we say I am strong, I am wealthy, I am free, I am financially free. When we say this, that I am, this is when we are bringing we are directing vibrational frequency into our own being, into our own magnetic field, and into our own life. This is how we direct vibrational